Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down, I lead the way, hoping justice will win the day. Listener clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
All rise, jurors entering. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. Let's have a call of the Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Hope you all had a nice night. Jurors, we'll start today with the questions that we have every morning. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or any news media?
Yes.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
First, again, thanks for your obedience to those rules. We're ready to begin today's work. The record should reflect that all jurors have answered yes to all of the questions. You can come back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, Trooper. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report I just handed to you?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that report before coming in here today?
Yes.
Is that a redacted version of what's been marked for identification I with some images blurred out?
Yes.
And so that would be a collection of text messages between the number identified for Brian Walsh and the number identified for Anna as far as contacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are the last four digits of the Brian Walsh number?
The last four is 8646
And what are the last digits for Anna New?
7966.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, the redacted version of I.
Any objection?
No.
The Sidebahhh report between the interactions of the phone ending in 8646 to 7966 is now in evidence as Exhibit 169. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish 169?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as 169 on the screens, please? Trooper, directing your attention to the first text on the page, which phone number is, what are the last four digits of the phone number sending this text message?
8646.
What is the body of the text?
Hello.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next two texts? Trooper, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Thomas asked if you were coming today.
And what was the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And then if you could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, thank you. Trooper, which number sent this next text in the chain?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I haven't heard from you at all.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:54 a.m.
Now, could you, Ms. Gilman, scroll down to the next text in that chain? Trooper, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 7966.
And what is the body of this text?
My flight got canceled driving up.
And what was the date and time it was read?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:57 p.m.
Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 51? Trooper, this top text on the page, which number is sending it?
Could you scroll up a little bit?
Yep. I guess you'd have to go all the way up to 50. Which number is sending this text, Trooper?
The number ending in 8646.
And if we could go back down to 51? What was the time in the bottom corner of this text after it says sent?
December 30th, 2022, 6:33 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next message in the chain? Thank you. Trooper, which phone is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed. William said he forgot it was there. Ha ha ha. Okay, call anytime.
What is the date and time? Now, this doesn't say delivered, correct? Or is there a time when it was delivered?
It does not say, sir.
What is the date and time in the bottom corner of the text?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:33 p.m.
And so, sir, if there's no delivered, what does that mean?
I don't believe it was ever delivered to the intended recipient.
But there's a date and time. Is that when the text was written?
In the bottom right,
Yes,
that's when it was sent.
that was sent, because there's a status saying sent.
Correct.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next text? Trooper, which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
Could you read the body of this?
Hello, where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early. Big day tomorrow for everyone. I still love you. Ha ha ha.
And what is the date and time in the bottom?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:18 p.m.
And does this note if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we go to the next page, page 52? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello,
And what is the date and the time?
January 3rd, 2023 at 6:39 a.m.
Does this denote if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we have the next text? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time of this?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
And this has a status of sent?
Yes.
Could we have the next message? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I'm worried. Please call or email.
And what time was this sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
Could we go to page 53? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this?
Where are you? I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now.
And what is the date and time this message was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:30 a.m.
Can we have the next message, please? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
I will call after I drop the boys. If I don't hear from you this morning, I'm going to report you missing.
What is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, at 8:32 a.m.
And going down to the next message, what number sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this message?
Hello, I texted your sister and Alyssa. I am calling Jeff if I don't hear from you. Where are you?
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:16 p.m.
Going down to page 54. Sir, which phone sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what does the body of it say?
Hello?
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:03 p.m.
And the next message, sir, which phone sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
Where are you? The boys and I are worried. I'm calling work tomorrow if I don't hear from you.
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:04 p.m.
Going down to the next message. What is the phone number that sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time that was sent?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:14 a.m.
And can we go to page 55 for the final message? Sir, what number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I am calling Jeff now.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
For the messages on January 2nd through January 4th of 2023, does any of the messages denote that they were delivered?
It does not appear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, you testified to what you referred to as location data, correct?
Yes.
And the location data that was retrieved by apps, various apps that are contained on the devices.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that with regards to apps being able to collect location data, that service can be turned off in those devices?
If the user decides to.
Okay. And if the user decides to turn off the location tracking aspect of any app, then that particular app just does not collect the location data, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge then, if someone knew how to turn off the location data for all the apps on any device that they were using to go from point A to point B, you wouldn't have that data that you told us about yesterday.
The phone collects quite a bit of data at all times.
I thought you just answered the second to last question. To the best of my knowledge, if you turned off the apps, the device would not collect location data.
Well, app-specific
Mhm.
location data. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
You're asking about app-specific
Okay.
location data, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
So are you telling this jury that if someone turned off the location tracking aspect of an app, that you would still get location data from other sources?
There's a possibility, yes.
Possibility, all right. I want to focus your attention now to Exhibit 161. That is that's the Safari search history.
Okay, yes.
When you say okay, you mean yes?
Yes.
Is that what okay. I don't want to confuse you. If I ask a question, just tell me, ask it again, and I'll.
Yes, sir.
That's the Safari search history of the Apple iPhone 13 mini. And it ran a date range of December 25th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And then that same exhibit, and I think it was referred to yesterday, contains what was referred to as Chapter 2. You recall that? And the Chapter 2 is the Safari web history of the same device that runs from December 31st, 2022, from 9:28 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that even though the data would be collected and extracted from those two sources, the search history and the web history, that the web history would generally contain additional and more detailed information?
That's correct.
And who was it that decided then to limit the web history information included in Exhibit 161 to only 1 day for just a couple of minutes?
It was a decision by the prosecution team.
Okay. And so you told us yesterday that you work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
So, and you told us yesterday that you're an investigator, correct?
Yes.
And so as part of your role as an investigator with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, is it fair to say that you take direction from the district attorney that's prosecuting a particular case?
More collaboration. We bring the investigative piece and they bring the legal advice and piece to the case.
Do you ever then inform the district attorney, whoever it is that you're working with on a particular case, that, for instance, web history would have additional information that might help explain entries that were found in the search history?
I present the data that is extracted from the device.
So my question was, do you ever take the time to explain to the district attorney assigned to the case you're working on with them that the web history would contain additional information in addition to the search history?
Yes.
So in any event, with regards to Exhibit 161, you were instructed or advised to only include the web history for 1 day, December 31st, and only for a few minutes.
Well, that particular searches were on Apple Maps, which were contained on Safari history, search history.
Were you instructed not to include certain information in Exhibit 161 then?
We had the date range of December 25th, 2022 through to January 4th, 2023, sorry.
And what about the web history? Were you instructed only to limit the inclusion in Exhibit 161 to that 1 day, December 31st?
We only chose to do that specific, those specific searches from 9:28 to 9:31 a.m.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, and it's probably me. I can barely hear you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, I might be going deaf.
that's fine.
Yours, are you able to hear?
And
Great.
apologize.
That's my concern. But you need to be able to hear him as well. I'm concerned about that.
I understand.
Attorney Timpson.
I
I
will
understand.
do my best.
Yesterday, you were asked, let me ask this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that in the search history included in Exhibit 161, that at page number 1, number 9, there are indications of a search involving Expedia and other flight-related searches?
Could you show me that, sir?
Sure. Do we have Exhibit 161? I see.
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Or refer to you as a trooper? Or do you have another title? I just don't want to misstate.
No, that's fine, sir. Yeah, that's
So Trooper Keith, I want to focus your attention now to page 1 and the entry number 9. Am I correct in saying that that references a search related to Expedia?
that's correct.
And that search occurred at 12:25:22 at 11:39 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And those searches related to Expedia, they continue through record number 20 at page 2. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes from Expedia to Check a Flight to Check a Flight JetBlue.
All right. So yesterday you told us and you testified to one entry having to do referring to JetBlue, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of searches in Exhibit 161, isn't there, that have to do with searches for Expedia and flight information?
Yes.
And once again, if you were to look at the Safari web history of the same device for this same information at the same time, you would find more information and put context into that search. Is that accurate?
Yes, there would be more information.
Okay. But as you sit here today, and based on what is and is not included in Exhibit 161, you can't give us more context to any of those searches regarding flight information, can you?
No.
Yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4. Yesterday, you were asked questions about an entry on page 4, record number 42. Am I saying that right when I refer to record number 42? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a search regarding what?
Number 42. Would you like to read the date, time, or just the search term, sir?
You can read it anything you want.
Okay.
Yes, to make it complete.
Item 42. The search occurred on December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m. And the search was Xmas Day plane crash.
Okay. And those types of searches, and when I say those types, the subject matter that's contained in record number 42, it continues through record number 45 on page 4, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is timestamp 12/31/03 at record number 49.
Correct.
Now, yesterday you were also asked about a specific reference, and once again, page 4, record number 53. And that's the record that indicates Anna Walshe found dead, correct?
Correct.
And those searches continue through 12:45:58 on page 4, don't they?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that once again, if you had the web history to that particular search, that would give more context into what that particular search is that you just talked about at number 54, record number 53 at page 4. It would give you more information and more context, would it not?
It would. Yes.
You have no idea, do you, as you sit here today, what the user was thinking when he or she inputted that search that you just testified to, do you?
I do not. I know the content of it. I do not know the intent of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact, given the fact that you're an investigator, and I presume you conducted some investigation in this case on behalf of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, are you aware of the fact that Mrs. Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled on 12/25?
Yes.
And did you investigate the circumstances of that cancellation?
I personally did not.
Okay. So you're unaware of the snowstorm or anything like that that caused canceled flights?
I don't know the particulars around the.
All right. I want to focus your attention once again at Exhibit 161 to a number of searches that began at record number 445 at page 30.
Page 30, sir?
Page 30. And it's record number 445. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in looking at those entries starting at 445 and continuing through record number 495 on page 34, that they involve searches for what looks to be champagne or wine and varieties of champagnes and wines?
Do you mind if I take a look?
I don't mind at all. No, sir.
Okay. 445 through
495.
495. Sir, yes, that appears wine and champagne
Okay.
through those searches.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you've carefully reviewed all these records, haven't you, before you testified here starting yesterday?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 62, beginning at record 924, and I'd ask you to just run through up to page 63, record number 943. Once again, a number of searches regarding champagne or wine or things like that.
Yes.
Okay, you agree with that, right?
Yes.
And we could continue to do this, but for instance, though all of those searches were being conducted on December 30th of 2022, weren't they?
The ones from line 924 through 943, yes, they were on December 30th, 2022.
And the searches between record 953 through 1016 on page 68, do you have those in front of you?
What was the beginning item, sir?
Record number 953, page 64,
Okay.
through record number 1016, page 68. Once again, those searches occurred on December 30th, correct?
I'm still looking, sir.
I'm sorry. You tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
And don't let me rush you.
Yes, those searches occurred December 30th, 2022, between approximately 7 p.m. to around 7:15 p.m.
Right, on December 30th, correct? Yes.
Correct.
And you're aware in your investigation of this case that Mrs. Anna Walshe had planned a New Year's Eve party to be conducted in the Cohasset home on New Year's Eve, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, or maybe you're not, but there are additional searches throughout this as you continue to go down these searches that, once again, someone is shopping for expensive champagne, someone's shopping for champagne or items like that, all in the same time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you were asked specifically by the government to testify to an entry number, record number 1069 at page 72. Can you find that? It's at 8:38 p.m. on 12/30 2022. Record number 1069 at page 72. Yes. And you testified yesterday, and you were asked what that search was, and you stated to the jury, "I'm good." Correct?
Yes,
And you didn't give any other context to that, correct?
correct.
As an investigator in this case, you are aware of the fact that there is a movie named I'm Good, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you're also aware of the fact that if you were to look at the search web history related to that search, that it would further explain and give context to that search and that I'm Good is a movie. Is that fair to say?
I would have to see the web history itself, sir.
Okay. So you would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that that search that you were asked specifically about yesterday, I'm Good, at record 1069 at 8:38, that search regarding a movie occurred in between all this shopping, all these searches going on, having to do with champagne and wine and everything else, correct?
This occurred after the ones you had me read prior. I would have to look if there were searches containing wine and champagne after, sir.
Well, let me focus your attention then, and that's a certainly fair and accurate response. Why don't you look at page 72, the same page, and record number 1078. Have you had a chance?
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's champagne-related searches.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, Trooper, that when you were asked yesterday on direct examination and to specifically refer to that one search at number 1069, I'm Good, there's certainly nothing nefarious about someone conducting a search for a movie entitled I'm Good, correct?
Again, sir, I only know the context of this. I don't know the content or the content. I don't know the intent behind it.
You would agree that these records that you have in Exhibit 161, if you know, they have multiple searches related to movies and movie titles, correct?
I just know the I'm Good one that you referenced, sir.
Okay, well, let me just briefly point you to record number 1128 at page 75, if you can go there.
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Starting there, if you could just start there, that looks like a reference to a movie or a movie clip, correct?
1128
Yes.
states tone MOV, TOE-MOV.
Do you know what that refers to?
I do not.
Okay. Just now run through the searches and up to and including number 1147, page 77. Can you do that? And as you look through those, there are multiple references to movies and movie clips, if you know.
Yes, there is, sir.
And then finally, if you can look at record number 1148 on page 77, now we start some more champagne searches. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
So you're not, as you sit here today, you don't know who was actually searching for champagne and those related searches all during this day of December 30th.
I do not.
And you don't know who was searching for all those movies and things like that.
I do not.
And you wouldn't testify to the jury now that there's anything nefarious about someone conducting multiple searches for champagne or movie clips, is there?
Could you repeat that, sir?
There's nothing nefarious about someone searching for champagne or multiple movie clips during this period of time.
No.
And based on your investigation of the case, you did carefully look at each entry of the searches, correct?
Yes.
Now, once again, yesterday specifically, and you can turn to record number 1271, page 85, you were asked specifically yesterday by the government to look at that search. Can you look at that one again and tell us what it says?
Line 1271, dated January 2nd, 2023, 6:42 p.m. And the search states, "I'm good."
So you testified to that yesterday, and you gave no context to it, but once again, it's a reference to the same "I'm good" that we saw had been searched for back in December 30th, correct? While someone is conducting champagne searches, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, then, you can't tell the jury that there's anything suspicious about or nefarious, that's my word, about this search you were asked about yesterday that was conducted on January 2nd of 2023 at record number 1271.
No.
Trooper, I'd like you to look at record number 1170 at page 78 that occurred on December 30th at 11:16:34 p.m.
$11.70, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have that?
I do.
What does that search?
Search occurred on December 30th, 2022, 11:16 p.m., and it states nightshade.
Okay. Now, you're an investigator assigned to the district attorney's office, and you worked on this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that nightshade referring to?
Would you like me to explain the searches below? I believe it's related to what you're asking.
Absolutely, if that helps.
Yes. It says nightshade noodle bar.
Mm-hmm. And those searches go through record number 1175 through page 79 regarding nightshade and noodle bar and things like that.
Yes.
So tell us, Trooper, what is nightshade or nightshade noodle bar? What is that?
I believe it's a restaurant.
Okay, and where is that restaurant located?
I am not sure. I am not sure, sir.
You're not sure. If I told you it was located right on the town line, close to the town line of Marblehead, Massachusetts and Lynn, Massachusetts, would that sound accurate to you?
I would have to search it.
Okay, so you haven't searched it.
No.
In the context of this case, you have, as you sit here today, you have no idea of then the context of that search regarding nightshade, do you?
It appears to be a restaurant, sir. That's
All right.
all I can say.
And are you aware of the fact that in your investigation of the case that Mr. Walsh actually made a reservation for a New Year's Day dinner at the Nightshade Restaurant for himself and Miss Anna Walsh for New Year's Day?
I was not aware of that.
I would ask at this time to have for ideal. Sure.
Anybody want to show it to me? That'd be a good idea. Anybody want to show it to me? That'd be a good idea. Thank you. Yes?
Sir, you all set with this? You leave this here? Okay.
Trooper, I'm just going to show you what's been now marked for ID as Exhibit J. Have you ever seen that before in your examination of the iPhone? The iPhone 13?
I reviewed the messages. I don't specifically recall this one.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that that message indicates in its context that it's a reservation at the Nightshade Restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And what is the phone number that it was created from?
The phone number ending in 8646.
Did you, I apologize, did you tell us that you had or may have seen it? You just don't recall as you sit here?
Yes, I reviewed the text through the past few years. I probably have seen it in the past, but I don't recall it.
At this time, I move to have that text put in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The text message that's previously been marked for identification as J is now in evidence as Exhibit 170. Thank you.
So is it accurate to say then, Trooper Keefe, that with regards at least to this particular text and the information that it contains, that to the best of your knowledge, nobody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, such as yourself, as an investigator, went up and talked to anybody at Nightshade or tried to get records of any reservation that had in fact been made on 12/30 for a dinner date?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Trooper, I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 161 at record number 1250 at page 84. It's a search conducted at 12/31/22 at 10:26:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will, sir, follow that search up to and including record number 1270 through page 85 that ends at 6:42:54 p.m.
What was the ending line, sir?
Record number 1270
1270. Okay.
at page 85.
Yes, sir.
What do those searches involve based on the content of the search query?
These searches appear to be kids play places, how to file for a charity. Can you donate your lottery winnings? How to file a 501c3 for a church.
It's fair to say that those searches involve queries about charities and how to file charities related to a church or things like that, based on the search queries, correct?
Yes,
And do you know what a 501c3 is?
I believe it's a nonprofit charity or organization.
Did you or anyone from the Norfolk County DA's office, to the best of your knowledge, investigate what that charity search involved?
I did not, sir.
And that charity search was conducted on December 31st, New Year's Eve, at 10:26:16 a.m. That's the search at record 1250, page 84, correct?
Well, 1250, sir.
Yes.
1250 is, can you donate your auto winning tax-free?
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't specifically include the word charity.
It does not.
Thank you for correcting me. As you go down to the next searches, 1252 on, it specifically starts talking about charities and 501c3s.
1256 begins the searches for
Okay.
filing a charity.
Thank you for correcting me. No one went and tried to find out what that was about.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked specifically, sir, to tell the jury what was a search at record number 193, page 14. Can you turn to that? It's page 14, number 193. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you were specifically asked what that search was about, and you told the jury it was about Autobahn, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked nothing else about any of the related searches that go through record number 198 regarding Autobahn, correct?
Correct.
And some of those searches specifically state Autobahn USA, correct?
Yes.
What is Autobahn USA?
I believe it's a car website or
Okay,
vehicles, motor vehicles.
okay. And are you aware, based on your investigation of this case, that, and based on the content of the text messages between Anna Walshe and Brian, that Anna Walshe has Brian Walshe, the buyer of Walshe?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that they talked about him buying her a Porsche in the text messages?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that he sent her pictures of a Porsche? In fact, 2 Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go out in the context of the investigation of this case and talk to anybody at Autobahn to see if Mr. Walshe had appeared and was talking about buying a Porsche for Anna Walshe around Christmas time of 2022?
I did not, sir.
Okay. So I want to focus your attention to record number 418, page 29. And that is a search that was conducted on December 27th of 2022 at 6:17:23 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And the related searches to that, they go through record number 438, correct?
Correct.
Those searches are related to a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And they're actually location searches in some instances of a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And it's a Verizon store located in DC, correct?
That is correct.
It's not a Verizon store located in or around the courthouse, is it?
No.
And are you aware of the fact, Trooper Keith, that on or around December 27th, contained in the text messages that have now been introduced into evidence, that Ms. Walsh stated to Mr. Walsh that her phone wasn't working properly at the same time on 12/27.
Yes, I do recall those.
And then she told him words to the effect of it just literally stopped working, or words to that effect.
There was something to that effect, yes.
And he texted her back and said words to the effect of, do you want me to get you a new phone, or do you need a new phone, correct?
I believe it was something like that, sir.
And then in the early morning hours of December 28th, Mr. Walsh sent her information about, well, here's a Verizon store in DC that you might go to if you need help.
Yes.
And she responded, thank you. You remember that?
I remember the messages about the Verizon store.
Yesterday, specifically on direct examination, you were asked about a search conducted at record number 1368, page 92. And that search was conducted on January 4th of 2023.
Sorry, sir, what was the line again? I just got to the page.
I'm sorry. Record number 1368, page 92.
Okay.
You were asked about that yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And you told this jury it was about the Mazda building.
The crossing building.
Oh, the crossing building.
Yes.
But you weren't asked for the context or anything of the sort. You just simply told the jury what the search query was, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you now to go back to record number 804 at page 54. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that beginning at 804, page 54, on December 29th of 2022 at 9:13:47 p.m., that those searches are related to the Mazda building also?
Yes, sir.
And those searches go through record number 825 at page 55.
Yes, the Mazda building, crossing building. Correct.
So yesterday, you weren't asked about those searches that go back to December 29th. You were only asked about the search on January 4th. Is that correct?
No, I believe I was asked about those searches prior to.
All right, fine. Then I'm
Yes.
wrong. You know what the Mazda building is?
It's a building in DC, I believe, near where Anna Walsh works.
What about the crossing?
I don't know the specifics, just building in DC.
As an investigator in this case, and since you were asked specifically by the government yesterday to tell the jury about those searches, you went and investigated what had been occurring at the Mazda building in Tishman Spire regarding their management of the Mazda building and that area.
I don't know the specifics, sir.
Are you unaware of the fact, Trooper, as an investigator connected to this case, that there was a Legionnaire disease outbreak in October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of any letter that's contained, or let's strike that, that's not fair. Are you aware of any letter that was issued by the DC Department of Public Health specifically to Ann Walsh in her capacity as Regional General Manager,
regarding that Legionnaire disease outbreak?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you investigate and ask anybody at Tishman Meyer about anything occurring in October regarding the building that they were managing, specifically that Anna Walshe was managing?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
So I would ask you, Mark.
It's marked as K for identification.
Based on your review, Trooper Keith, of the contents on the iPhone that is the subject of Exhibit 161, it's fair to say that in the searches running from the date of December 25th of 2022 up and including the end of December 31st of 2022, you saw no evidence of searches in the Safari search history regarding any searches for things like tools or searches suggesting how to dispose of a body or anything like that, correct?
I did not see any of those December 25th to the 29th.
Okay, and it's fair to say that based on your review of the search queries that were made and are contained in Exhibit 161, what you see for the search queries, it's fair to characterize them as there's multiple searches for various actors and actresses and music and movies, piano lessons, kinder care, and even a dog barking toy. Do you recall those?
I do, sir, yes.
And you were asked something about yesterday, and I'm sorry I don't have the citation, and that's my fault, but do you remember telling this jury about a search that involved something called My Exes?
Yes.
Then the search right below it, I think, if you recall, and I once again apologize I don't have the citation, but I think you were asked on direct that it also had something like a reference to a song, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't asked to give context to that at all. You just told the jury what the search was, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that once again, there's just nothing nefarious about someone searching for what turns out to be a country western song, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Keith, you in the past applied for search warrants, haven't you?
I have, sir.
And you know what the procedure is, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that, are you familiar with the phrase probable cause?
I am, sir.
And can you just explain briefly what probable cause means in the context of getting a search warrant?
Objection.
Overruled.
The facts and information pertaining to your investigation in order to charge a crime, more or less. More likely than not that this crime had occurred.
And it's fair to say that once you start an investigation, your experience tells you that you might get a search warrant that covers a particular time period. And if you get information, either based on the content of what you discovered pursuant to the search warrant or your continued investigation, you can return to a court and apply for an additional search warrant, can't you?
It depends what the search warrant is for, what the search warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Anna Walshe, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Anna Walshe?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had At the time? I'm sorry.
During that investigation. During-
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
You would agree.
Action, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
sit on a throne of lies. You sit on a throne of lies.
Okay, I can't take it anymore. There's one sure way to bring them back from a sidebar, and that is for me to get on and start talking. Hey, folks, I just was listening, trying to get a few things done, and figured I'd take this moment to catch up on what's happening. Linda will be with us at 2 o'clock as we get ready for the Aidan Carney, whatever in the hell it's going to be, and we will be streaming it. Interesting issue has arisen that we're working on because I requested 3 weeks ago actually to be the pool camera in this hearing, which was later switched to Zoom. And obviously that kind of makes the streaming issue moot. But I've been back and forth now with the clerk of the court there, who clearly has one of many heads up their relative asses. But we're going to be streaming it. Whether we get the mea culpa and the blessing or not, we're streaming it. Don't worry about it. And again, Linda will be back at 2. We'll come on at 2 and kind of, set up what's maybe going to happen. We know there have been some additional documents that have been filed, and we're going to go over those at some point prior to the hearing, I hope. At the very least, we'll get into it as the hearing is progressing. So anyway, so let's talk about this case. What's happening with Walshe, day 5. Cross-examination. I was crossing my fingers that it would be Larry Tipton that did the cross-examination here. It's just more entertaining and more, more effective. I'm sorry, it is, with all due respect to his co-counsel. And so already, anytime, here's a clue. Anytime you have multiple objections, which in this case result in sidebars, you're getting to somebody as the person doing the cross-examination. You're getting to somebody. And clearly Larry Tipton is doing so. How is he doing it? What is leading to some of these objections? Well, let's just take a look at a couple of them. Generally, he's pointing out through Troopa Keefe that he targeted what he was looking for. He targeted what the prosecution wanted him to tell this jury about, while ignoring a lot of the information that is either not helpful to the Commonwealth or, in fact, damages the Commonwealth. So there was one point, let me see if I can find it in my notes here. We'll get into some of the other details, but there's something I thought about, which was so obvious when you think back on Troopa Keefe's testimony in the Karen Reed case, when you get an inkling that somebody has forgotten some piece of information or forgot to disclose some information, you just start to flash back to all the crap that happened in the Karen Reed case and all of the intentional misrepresentations by so many folks in the Trupa cadre, right? So he's done. Well, I didn't look at that. I didn't know.
Discussing a lot of evidentiary issues, but you can get up. It's sort of tight because it's a lot of you doing that. But you can get up and stretch and move around. You can even step off, like right there, if you're lucky enough to be on an end seat. But just keep yourself alert, comfortable. All right. Thank you.
So go ahead and maybe do some gymnastics while you're there. The jury box itself is not, it's not cramped, but it's not exactly
Yes, sir.
cushy. Okay, more cross. Here we go.
Who was the Mass State Police officer designated as, quote, the case officer in the investigation of this case on or around January 8th of 2023?
That would be Trooper Michael Proctor.
And what does case officer mean in that context?
You manage the case. So you're the lead case officer. You delegate tasks and things that need to be done throughout the course of the investigation.
So you manage the case and you oversee the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And it was Michael Proctor.
Yes.
And it is fair to say, it's accurate, that you, in fact, you signed off on and applied for some search warrants in this case.
Yes, I did.
And you were the trooper in charge, being a forensic digital specialist, to analyze the data on the iPhone mini, correct?
The iPhone 13 mini, yes.
But you yourself, then, just yes or no, you yourself you never applied for any further search warrant to look at more data on the iPhone 13.
I did not.
Trooper Keefe, yesterday, you were asked to show what was referred to as a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Yes.
And in that PowerPoint presentation, what you did was you compiled, with the use of the Lexis software, you compiled a bunch of data points and believe that you were able then to explain the certain locations of those two phones, the iPhone SE and the iPhone mini, over a period of time relevant to the investigation of the case, correct?
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons you compiled that PowerPoint presentation, I call it a presentation, but you compiled a PowerPoint, was to try to assimilate and get a lot of information together so you'd have context for the information, correct?
Within that GPS data set, there's thousands of points. So this is just one specific point within that data set for those two different devices.
So when I use the phrase to give context, in other words, once you start using that location data, and based on your review of the digital data, then you can make further conclusions about what a particular data point means when it shows up on the location data, right?
Unsure of the question, sir.
Well, it was a terrible question, so let me try it this way. If you just look at those data points individually without any context, you don't know what data point came before it, you don't know what data point came behind it. All you have is a bunch of individual data points that really don't tell you much of anything, correct?
No,
Well, I'm not correct.
no.
Once you put together all those single independent data points, you begin to better understand what the location data is telling you.
Once they are uploaded using the mapping software, it's an interactive map, and you can look at the thousands of data points day by day, time, specific dates, times, and they'll map out specific dates, times of the events of the location.
So it helps you better understand what the events were over a period of time.
Yes.
So did you ever put together in the investigation of this case the information that was taken out of the iPhone 13 mini? And did you ever take it and put it in some format where you compared it to the other digital data, for instance, that was taken off the MacBook Gray, device number 3?
You'll have to specify data. I don't know what data you're talking about.
No. The data on the MacBook it included the activity that was gleaned from the MacBook beginning on or around December 25th up to and including January 1st of 2023.
Is there anything specific? There's a lot of data contained within both devices. I'm not sure what you're asking me to compare.
Well, I think you told this jury yesterday that with regards to the location data, you had something like over 40,000 data points to deal with, correct?
From the iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Okay. So then you decided out of that 40,000 different data points, you decided which ones you would use to help better understand what events occurred during that relevant time period that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, did you ever make an effort to get all the data information from the MacBook Gray searches and then compare it to the data that you took off the iPhone 13 mini and look at that data and line it up and see what happened over a period of days, 12/25, 12/26, 12/27, through January 1st, according to the times of when each event happened on each one of those days between those devices?
So Trooper Nicholas Guarino did the MacBook extraction and analysis. Are you asking specifically about location data?
No, I'm talking about the data that was gleaned from the MacBook Gray and, for instance, the data that you gleaned from the iPad, from the iPhone mini.
I did not compare the two, if that's what you're asking.
Would you agree with me, Trooper Keefe, that if you lined up all of the data that showed what happened on those two devices, for instance, the information, the activity on the MacBook, and you combined it with the activity on the iPad, on the iPhone mini, I apologize, the iPhone mini 13, that you would have a better understanding of exactly what was going on during the day of, for instance, 12/25/22 and 12/26/22, that would help you better understand the context of the information.
Objection.
Overruled.
They're two different devices. They'll be used at two different times.
Well, you used two different devices, used at two different times to compile your location data, didn't you?
Yes, for different days throughout that time frame.
Right. So it's not, the issue isn't two different devices, is it? It's the fact that you have two different devices operating on the same day. You actually can combine all the activity that happened on device A and with the activity that happened on device B and have a better understanding of what was going on.
I did not compare the two devices, sir.
So
I hate to do this, Judge.
Yes,
Can we come to sidebar?
you may.
Why be apologetic about it? So you can see how Tipton is making, Keefe squirm because he's looking at things in a vacuum. He is hunting and picking, hunting and choosing. What we haven't heard is the classic phrase, cherry picking. You're basically cherry picking those bits and pieces from these devices that support the Commonwealth's position. So I'm not even suggesting that happens infrequently. Happens all the time. But you have to anticipate that on cross-examination, you're going to be called out for it. And I'm not so sure, we've seen Trooper Keefe in the past. He should be ready for the attack, but apparently he's not. Hey, Danya Not Wahlberg, thank you so much gifting One Justice TV membership. We had members only last night after the regular show. I think it went well, had some great participation, and we went through the Cosgrove document that is going to be at least mentioned in part with what happens this afternoon. Again, Linda Kenny Baden back from special assignment, and she'll be joining at 2 o'clock. And I can tell you this about yesterday. Well, we've got a quick moment here. They had a hearing all day in Atlantic City on the Aidan Carney matter. He appeared remotely. The attorneys were there. And that, of course, was Linda Kenny Baden and Darren Gelber. So they appeared, went a full day. They're not done. They're going back on December 18th. I think that's about all I can tell you. I can't really comment on the evidence or the witnesses or anything else. I can say that nobody's been cross-examined yet, which is something that would be worth watching. Not sure that's going to be doable, but between now and the 18th, I don't know. We have to make some efforts to see if we can get approval to get in there. Anyway, that's what's happening. That's what's happening there, and we do appreciate the members last night joining for that. We are going to re-rack those, run them over the weekend for the subscription base, but it was kind of fun to do a members only preview of this very important motion and the ridiculous response from Mr. Cosgrove and, of course, the wacky cast of characters and clowns in Norfolk County there. Tell the man to stick it, stream away. That is what we're doing. And in fact, I've been back and forth with Norfolk County while we've been watching this. It's like I sent this 3 weeks ago. I sent a request November, I think it's 14th, almost 3 weeks ago. No response. Crickets. And they're saying, well, you need to clear this through Jennifer. And I said, oh, no. I know Jennifer. Jennifer doesn't even do this anymore. It's now Erica, who seems to be a peach. She seems to be great. She's the one that signed off on the credentials. So let's whatever happens.
I'm not sending you on a break. You can stand up. Move
More
around a little bit.
topics requested by the judge.
We're still here in the courtroom, but it's not. I need to send you out. You can stand up if you want.
So are we doing more searching? Is the jury?
Stand up.
Where are we? Okay, I'm going to pop this question in here because it's a creative question. Deborah Gelsey, 9689. I read some briefs in motion. Sometimes I see, first of all, what is wrong with you? I see a word that has the first letter in brackets, tried. Generally, what that means is it was a lowercase letter in the original, and in the quote, they are telling you it was a lowercase letter in the original, but for the context of what they're quoting, they put it in brackets. That's just a stylistic thing to be totally transparent. When you're quoting something and it's not in its entirety from the beginning of the sentence to the end, put a little bracket around the first letter to indicate it was actually lowercase. So the grammar police appreciate that. I am a loving life. Okay, I think I dropped into a private conversation there. So let me see what else we got here. Hold on a second. Oh, good. I like this. Jenny Brown, 75. Thank you so much. YouTube member. Somebody's calling me from New York. Should I ignore them? Probably. New York. They're all nuts. They're wacky. Let's see what else I got for you here. Oh, that's nice. Diane G, gifting 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. Subscriptions are going to get those handed out to them. So if you subscribe, you might just
There you
get
go.
one.
We're all set.
We're all set. Do you feel all set? I'm not sure I feel all set. Okay, here we go.
I think if I could quickly ask exhibit number 169 you brought up on the screen. Then Trooper, you have your exhibit, your product is exhibit 161. You have that.
Yes.
Now we need to call it.
It was the last exhibit. Number 2, it's the last exhibit.
168.
And may I approach your honor?
You may.
Well, it's going to be hard. I'm presenting you with what's been marked exhibit 168,
Okay.
characterized as the call log.
Yes, sir.
So just so the record's clear, 168 and 161 is before the witness right now? Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, 161, 168.
Right.
And the text messages were introduced this morning as exhibit 169. I'm going to ask you, Trooper, to look at exhibit 161, page 2, record 16.
$161, page 2, record 16, sir?
Yes, Trooper.
Okay, yes,
Have that in front of you?
yes,
Is it fair to say that that's one of the references to that you testified to yesterday, check a flight, JetBlue?
that is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that in exhibit 169, page 2, dated 12/25/22 at 11:54:05. The top of the page, you see that? Yes. Do you see that, Trooper?
Yes, sorry, yes,
At 11:54:05 a.m., the text message from number 8646 to phone number 7966, there's a message of, I haven't heard from you at all, correct?
correct.
And then I'm going to ask that, Trooper, you look at exhibit 161 again that you have, and look at page 2, record number 21.
Yes,
That's an entry at 12:09:24 p.m. And it is one of the searches you testified to yesterday regarding William Fasto, misspelled, William Fasto, DC Real.
correct.
And so then you go down to, I'm going to ask you to continue to look at, now, page 3 of exhibit 161 at record 27 at 12:09:28 p.m. Looks like 0.4 of a second. And that is a search entitled William Fasto, DC Real Estate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now I'm going to ask you to look at what was marked as Exhibit 161, the call log, at page 11, record 137, a search dated at timed at 12:15 p.m.
Sir, that was Exhibit 168 as the call log.
Oh, I've already messed
Exhibit
it up.
161.
I did. 168. 168.
Okay, I'm going to have to take it out of the binder here. It's stapled.
Take your time, and I apologize.
Okay, sir, could you go again with that?
Yes, absolutely. 168. At page 11, I'll call it record 137. Time stamped 12:15.
Yes, 137.
Time stamped 12:15 p.m., correct?
December 25th, 2022, 12:15 p.m. Yes.
And that, from the call log, that indicates some interaction between the two devices, and that Exhibit 168 has to do with phone ending in 8646 and phone ending in 7966, correct? Assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And there is a 1 minute, 23-second call between those two phones, correct?
Yes. Yes.
We don't know the content, do we?
I do not.
Okay. And then as you continue to proceed in this relevant time period, you go to Exhibit 161 again at page 3, record 35.
Yes.
And that is a search conducted at 12:22:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And the search is Anna Walsh, Tishman Spear. Is that right?
Yes.
Now we stay on Exhibit 161 for the next 5 requests. 161, page 4, record 43. Timestamp 12:28:57.
Yes.
Search Christmas Day plane crash.
That's correct.
Same exhibit, 161, dated 12/25/22, same time period, page 4, record 50. I'm sorry, record, yeah, I'm right, record 50.
Would you like to read the content, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Number 50, December 25th, 2022, 12:31 p.m. Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Right.
Cyper.
Now just keep going down. Exhibit 161, 12/25/22, page 4, record 53.
Anna Walsh found dead.
12:45:47, correct?
Yes.
And once again, I think you just told the jury, Anna Walsh found dead. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to go down, the next is Exhibit 161, page 5, record 57. At 12:46:10 p.m.
Yes.
And it's a search for Jeff Chod, C-H-O-D.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 132. Timestamp 12:57 p.m.
Yes.
It indicates a phone call between these two phones
Yes.
that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yes, it's an outgoing call from the device ending in 8646, to the number 7966, Anna New.
Okay, and you don't know what they were talking about, if they were talking at all. You just know that there was a call that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds between those two phones at that time.
Correct.
And then if you go back to, I'm sorry, if we could have page 2 on the exhibit 169 for 12:57:26. And the entry is, as seen on the screen, my flight got canceled driving up. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So just stopping there. Between 11:52, we started with 11:52, exhibit 161. We're now down at the time period of 12:57. Is it fair to say that what looks like is that Anna Walshe, at least Anna Walsh's phone, texted the phone assigned to Mr. Walshe and told and texted, my flight got canceled and I'm driving up?
Yes.
And before that, those texts that you read to the jury, where they're entered, Anna Walshe found dead, are plane crash, correct? The ones you testified to just a moment ago? Those searches, they appear to be searches to see if some harm came to Anna Walshe, correct?
Again, I can read the context. I don't know the content of the search.
But did you consider that in your investigation of the case when you looked at all this data together?
That specific search and text message?
All this data together that you just now told the jury about. Did you look at all that data together at one time like you've just done for the jury and created a context for all of those communications in those 3 different sources of information? Did you ever do that?
What 3? The call log, 3 sources? I'm not sure what.
Did you do it?
I've looked at all 3 of them multiple times.
Did you ever look and compare them and see that there were searches that looked like someone was concerned about harm that may have come to Anna Walshe, and then when Anna Walshe texted and said, my flight got canceled, none of those alarming texts occurred out?
Objection.
As to the characterization,
Yes.
sustained.
Did you see, I understand. Did you see any other text after the 12:57 text from Anna Walsh's phone saying my flight got canceled driving up? Did you see any text after that where there were any searches about plane crash or is Anna Walshe dead or anything like that? You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I would have to review them again, sir.
I want to ask you to look at Exhibit 168, beginning at page 11, record number 129. What is that time stamped?
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry, Trooper.
No,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
Sorry, what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
That's okay. Do you see on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33 second call that's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds.
On page 11, sir?
Yes?
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do
If you do not, you can say that.
do not see a call.
Do you see a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds? On page 11,
Yes, I do.
and then do you see another call that lasted 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds and 07 seconds? Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Anna Walshe.
I'm not sure what. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
Then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, we'll take a break. There's, have a nice morning.
All rise, please. Members, close your notebooks. Follow me.
There's a cliffhanger for us. Why would he not find the message or the note of a phone call of 1 minute, 27 seconds between Anna Walsh's device and Brian Walsh's device? So maybe it's just some confusion on where they're looking for the particular material. But yeah, looks like the trooper is being caught in the Karen Reed triangle here. This is the perception that these investigators never look beyond what they want to find.
Anybody need anything? I'll take advantage of this time to take a look at the search warrant.
All rise.
Do you hear her audio kind of dropped out at the end where she said, I'll take advantage of this time to take a look at the something. I almost kind of heard search warrant, but I don't think that's what I heard. Anyway, so they're taking the morning break now. Remember, only a half a day today. They'll come back and then go till 1-ish. I think if there's a natural pause, like if they finish with Keith, then whenever time that is, I figure they're going to just call it, because why bring on a new witness at that point? So we'll see if that's the case or not. Where's the fan? Where is it? Where? Oh, whew. Okay, I feel better. So I was, you may have noticed, I was trying not to be rude, but I was on the phone because it was a call that I've been waiting on from the clerk in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. As you know, the court is now considering the case. They did get the reply brief, which we went over when it was literally hot off the press. Gosh, what day was that? That would be Tuesday, the 3rd. Court's considering the matter. And so I was really just looking for, some real world help on what does that mean when they've agreed for an expeditious review. And they did. That was the request, and that was granted. Again, what the hell does that mean? But we do know that whenever somebody has a liberty interest that's involved, the court is naturally going to act more quickly. They have, this was kind of a scary number, they have up to 130 days to respond to a, quote, normal process. Expedited means shorter than that. Does that mean 129 days? Nobody really knows. It could be tomorrow. It could be 100 days from now. Most don't believe that further extreme is likely. I'm guessing it could be next week. That's just me looking at the details of what's involved in this case, knowing that with all their scheduling issues, the justices have to have significant time to really weigh in, dig in, come up with their decision, and then the opinion has to be written and then delivered. I don't think it's going to be today, but technically it could be. I think next week it could be possible, and I would like to think that not only do they consider the liberty interest involved, but they consider the time of year and It is what it is. It's the holidays. And I would argue that incarceration now, whether you think it's right or wrong, is far worse than incarceration in, mid-February, where you might miss Flag Day. All right. So that's all I know. That's the latest I've got from the experts up there that have been helping me through this process from their very specific procedural standpoint. Right. Okay. So let's see where we're going here with the troopa. And the more he hems and haws, the worse he looks. But we're used to that, right? And I think Tipton's doing a great job. Even when he retreads material that we've heard before on direct, it's kind of refreshing to hear him put it into the spin that he needs for the defense. Let's face it, everybody can argue. That's kind of the lawyering job. You take certain facts and you argue them for your client, whichever way that might go. So when he's talking about some of these earlier searches that we heard about, like the plane crash one, how was that phrased? Because I remember making a note of it the first time I'd heard about it. And my first thought was not, somebody wishing a plane crash on somebody. I thought, here's somebody that is waiting for somebody to arrive on Christmas Day as planned, and that person has not and has been somewhat sketchy in responding. So Tipton revisits that search for that purpose, to say, well, of course, this was a husband expecting his wife. She's not contacting him, updating him, and it wasn't until 12 or a little after noon on Christmas Day that she said, hey, my flight was canceled. I'm driving up. So his search for plane crash on Christmas was, somebody kind of in a, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Somebody who's freaking out that his loved one is not responding and not here. What's going on? What are the possibilities? So Tipton, I think, does a great job of rehashing some of the stuff we've even heard before, but in a defensive spin. That's the job. But I think that the most important stuff with Keefe is the stuff he didn't look at, the stuff he may have just jumped over because it wasn't quite as helpful to his client as he would have hoped, right? And that's just, it's such a system. It is such a system. And so I did hear what I thought I heard. Search warrant. The judge said, I'm going to take advantage of this time, meaning this break, to take a look at the search warrant. We thought we were well past the search warrant issues. Remember, they rose the ugly head of the search warrant well before the trial began. Motions in limine, they've exceeded the scope of any search warrant or consent and getting into some of these different devices that we've heard so much about now, the mini iPad, the mini iPhone, the iPhone SE, all of those things. But it was decided, for the most part, in the prosecution's favor prior to trial. So I'm not sure if she's revisiting that as it relates to this witness, because they had a couple of sidebars, and I'm thinking that's where they're going, that there's something specific as to what this person was supposed to be doing that may or may not have comported with the search warrant. So if the defense feels that's true, they're going to want to get into it, right? Dr. Wahlberg, Michael, with that Google search you would do waiting for a loved one to get back to you. I don't know. It sounds almost extreme, like, oh my gosh, I haven't heard from somebody. Let me see if there's been a plane crash. But to me, it doesn't seem to be so extreme to be unrealistic, because any other connotation is bad for the defendant, right? I mean, are you looking for a plane crash because you hope there's been one? I don't know. I'm given a generic husband the benefit of the doubt that if you're looking for a plane crash when you know a loved one is flying on a plane, and I think this through my head all the time. I don't do searches, but when my kid's flying around, or my wife's flying around, family members are flying around, I want to know they get from point A to point B. Now, had he been aware of Flight Aware, which is it's an app I've used forever. It's amazing. And you'll see it now used when we had the shutdown, the government shutdown, where they were touting, there's so many canceled flights and so many delayed flights. That's when I did a little research. And I've asked this question before. How many delayed flights are there in the U.S. on an average day when everything is supposedly working perfectly? Any guesses? Average day delayed flights. Throw a number out there. Yeah, I mean, Sherry Schreiber, you're right. It's a great app. And you can actually track the flight you're looking for. And so if I have a loved one who's on a plane coming from A to B, I just look it up, boom, boom, boom. Oh, they're taxiing now, delayed, or they're en route. They've got X number of minutes left. They're at this altitude, at this airspeed. Yeah, I know, maybe I'm a little obsessive about it, but as a pilot, I love that information. And it's great to know that, you can basically pinpoint where your loved one is on that. He could have done the same, because I know it was available back in 2022, but that would have saved us some angst, maybe. And maybe we would be going over flight aware searches right now instead of, because what you do is you go in and if you have the flight number, you put it in there, UAL, United Airlines Flight 2220. Boom. And that flight has a number of legs. You find the one that's the leg you're looking for, boom, call it up. So that information is there as a search in the app. So that would have been there. Too bad he didn't have that, or maybe he didn't and didn't care. So anyway, where was I? Let me go back to this here for just a second. I may have already done this, but I don't mind redoing it. Jenny Brown, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Let me look at your picture there. And when I say your picture, I mean the picture that's being used. Some people are very creative with their various identifying photos. So I'm going back now to the back and forth between Tipton and Officer Trooper Keefe and these various searches that he did not point out on direct. How about the searches that had to do with charities and the 501c3 corporations, which are basically a charity? 501c3 is the IRS code for those charities. Well, didn't talk about those. Didn't talk about the pictures sent on Christmas Day of the Porsches from apparently some dealership. He sent pictures to Anna Walshe, and the troop admitted that he never followed up by checking with the dealership. Did somebody come and look at these vehicles? Was there a serious intent to buy these vehicles? Might have been important. Why? Because we're looking at the motive to kill. That's what this is all about. We already know. We know he lied. We know he lied. He lied about not knowing where she was. Yeah, well, we know she was in various garbage bags, apparently, being dropped in various dumpsters. But up to the time of this disappearance/murder, what was going on? Well, it looks like, a quote, traditional, distance, two-party, two-city relationship. Back and forth. Let's get some wine, some champagne. There were a number of back and forth texts about that. There were back and forth issues with reservations for restaurants. There was talk about movie references, searching for different movies that arguably somebody wanted to see or had seen. The Nightshade restaurant reservation. All of these things that make it look like as normal as it can be relationship from long distance perspective. Here's something I thought of as I was listening to all of this. And it relates more to the cause of death, which we probably will never, ever know, but maybe the circumstances that led up to the death. Remember, let's assume, because we don't know this, and it's critical for the Commonwealth's case, that Brian Walshe knew that there was an affair underway between Fastow and his wife, Anna. We think that, and we think there's going to be further evidence that he told the cops that he knew that, and there's some suggestion that there was an Apple shared account that allowed him to see text messages that Anna sent to Fastow, but Brian Walshe saw them. That still has to be cleared up to create the notice issue that's going to support that motive, right? If he doesn't know, how is that a motive? What happens if he maybe knows about it, he's got questions, she comes up, she gets there on Christmas Day, 8 o'clock that night, right? And she's there for a few days. They have their New Year's Eve party gathering on New Year's Eve, strangely enough. And maybe, and from all accounts, from what we've heard so far, that was without incident, the party itself, the gathering. People leave. We know that the story from Brian Walshe is, again, according to Larry Tipton in openings. We haven't heard it from him yet. I fully suspect we will when he's got to take the stand to tell us that story. So something happens after everybody leaves. They go upstairs to go to bed. He goes downstairs, does some cleaning, comes back up, goes to bed. Nudge, nudge. She falls out of bed and she's dead. Okay, that's the story from opening statements. What if after the party, Brian Walshe confronts Anna, says, look, I either know or I have suspicions. I'm just asking you outright. Somehow the affair is now in the open and results in some sort of major fight, verbal and then physical. And during that fight, Anna Walshe was killed. And at that point, it's a cleanup operation. So I don't know if we're going to get the evidence we would need to support that, but that, to me, is a very believable scenario. That's a second-degree murder situation. That's a heat of passion murder. It's arguably a lesser included if the Commonwealth were going to go for that. I don't think they are. I think they believe they've got the goods to get murder one. But I think that's a reasonable interpretation of what happened based on the evidence as I see it right now. I just haven't seen enough yet to think that prior to her coming up and disappearing, there was the motive to kill her, either because insurance issues or having an affair. We may get there. I'm not there yet, but I could see that kind of revelation after the party on the 1st, after New Year's Eve, saying, you know, honey, let's clear the air about this. I know this, this, and this. Come on, come clean. What's the deal? And that could have led to a fight. And that could have led to a violent act, and that could have ended up with her death. That's what I'm getting at. Here's a good question. Who came up with the defense story? Larry Tipton, or is this the lie Brian Walshe told his defense team, and the defense team has to run with what your client tells you? Well, first of all, Michelle Liu, or is it Michael Liu, 4544? I do believe your question kind of is a little biased, because it sounds to me like you're basically saying Brian Walshe lied. Let's just get into how that might have happened. In theory, at the point at which Tipton tells this jury, hey, he lied to the cops, she just died, we don't know how, I think we have to assume that's what his client told him happened. It would not be appropriate for an attorney to argue an opening statement those specific details just made up out of whole cloth. That would be inappropriate. So I can assume that Brian Walshe told him that's what happened. At what point that happened in the representation, I don't know. He could have learned that. Brian Walshe could have shared that information with Larry Tipton early on, and their position, their strategy was still to go with the, we don't know. You know, it's your case to prove, Commonwealth. Do it. Do it. You've got to prove that he murdered her and then disappeared her body parts and lied to the cops in the process. Well, then the plea took place. That was the first wrinkle. Okay, well, now the defense has to shift. Well, now what are we going to do? If Larry Tipton knew from Brian Walshe what Brian Walshe told him was what happened, I couldn't wake her up and she was dead. Now he can go forward with that argument, that story, because it now fits the facts of his client disappearing the body. And he can still say in his story, Brian Walshe's story, that he had nothing to do with the actual death. So kind of a long way to answer the question, but I have to believe that it was information shared with Larry Tipton at some point from his client. Otherwise, he wouldn't go forward just, hey, I'm here just telling you a story, jury. That would not be appropriate. Can I tell you that it never, ever, ever, ever happens? Of course not. Okay. Again, I will remind that coming up at 2 o'clock, I haven't heard back from the court in the last few minutes since I sent many emails, but we are definitely going to be streaming the 2:15 Aidan Carney hearing. And at 2 o'clock, Linda Baden will be back from the road and joining, and she will not be able to talk in any detail about what happened. I've shared with you all that can be shared at this point, which is Aidan Carney's attorneys, Linda and Darren Gilbert, did a fantastic job. Not a surprise. And that they will continue the process on the 18th of December. And who knows, maybe they'll actually get done. There's been no cross-examination of any witness at this point. So that's it. That's what's going on. I mean, we know what it's about in Atlantic City. We have the general basic details, but that's all that can be shared. Yeah. And this is, yes, I believe he's guilty. And it's Michelle. Thank you. Some guys actually spell their name with no A. So I wasn't sure if it was Michelle W. or Michael E.W., but thank you for the question. And it's a good one. It was a good question. It's wait a minute. Wait a second. Karma Dharma. It's not So you want me to say that word like it's air? I can't do it. I can't do it. I cannot do it. What we expect to happen today is, I believe anyway, the end of Trupa Keefe. One way or the other, I think he's going to signal the end of the day. I think the goal for the court and for the parties is to get him done today, get him off the stand, move on Monday. And I'm hoping at the end of today, we're getting some sense of what's to come. You know, maybe a hit list of who's left on the Commonwealth's witness list, get a sense of when they are going to rest, and then maybe perhaps get a sense of when the defense will begin. And while they don't have to disclose that the defendant is going to testify, we've gotten a hint from the judge when she was wrestling with the issues of his plea deal and what he did or didn't tell the cops. And she basically said, and I'm talking about when he testifies. Now, she may have been talking theoretically, but I think she wouldn't be wrestling with some of the issues she is unless he was going to testify, unless the court's been advised he's going to testify. We just don't know that for sure. We can't confirm that, and it could change. Look at the Donna Adelson case. Anybody who followed that got the impression she was dying to testify. And then only when she even asked the court for more time on the day when Judge Everett finally said, look, you got to make a decision. And she said, for now, I think she said, for now, I've decided not to testify. That's an extreme case. But my point is, he could testify, he may not testify, and it may not be decided ultimately until the day that the court makes him make a decision. Have you noticed with Trupa Keefe on cross, a lot of his questions that he's being asked lead him to waffle on his answer, almost like he doesn't understand, or can you repeat that? I'm not sure. That's not by accident. Okay, he's doing that because that's the way somebody who is hesitant to give you the whole story answers questions. And he is hesitant to give the whole story. We know that. We've seen it before in the Karen Reed case. Far less egregious in this case, but still, there's a lot of stink on the investigation. And you can't, I can't trust them. I just can't. So instead of going in thinking, hey, as a law enforcement officer, I believe as best I can that they've done their job. No, I go in believing they've screwed up somewhere and they've cheated in the process somewhere and they're hiding something somewhere. I wish it weren't that way, but we're in Norfolk County, all right? Who is, I wish we knew, maybe you guys do know, maybe I've somehow missed this, Jeff Chod. It's either Chod or Chad. I've seen it spelled C-H-A-D and C-H-O-D. Anybody know who that is other than it sounds like it's a co-worker? But that's all I know. I don't know about that. Sheila, that's a good question. My belief is if they can avoid it, if the Commonwealth can avoid it for so many obvious reasons, not a chance in hell that he will take the stand. I don't even think they like the fact that Buchanan is probably going to be needed. Remember, day one, when I was down there and I walk up the stairs into what is a pretty tiny hallway, there's Buchanan. I'm like, that can't be happening today. That was all about a presentment. Buchanan, DeChico, a couple other folks, a woman, 4 folks associated with the Norfolk County DA's office as law enforcement were basically presenting themselves to the court to say, here we are, we're here. It was bizarre, but it was effectively the court saying, I see you, I understand, thank you for showing up, and we'll see you in this trial at some point down the road. Proctor was not in that mix, but he's no longer an employee, so they wouldn't have that kind of control over him. I don't think he's going to testify. I would like to see him testify. I would love to see him testify, but I don't think it's going to happen. And if you think about the audio interviews that we labored through for the first day plus, even when he was present, even when Proctor was present, and you heard him identify himself, which triggered a lot of people just to hear that voice. Ugh. He didn't really contribute to the Q&A. So arguably, he's not even needed for that. And we had Schmidt testify during all of those phone conversations as lead investigator, which is a little shaky. Why? Because he's a local cop. And anytime there's a case involving a death, it gets sent to Massachusetts State Police. So who was really the lead investigator? Buchanan, maybe? And if so, why weren't we hearing from him on all of these bigger evidentiary issues? I do think we're going to hear from Buchanan. I don't think we're going to hear from Proctor. Well, here's the question, Deborah, and this is a good follow-up. I thought it was a breach of professionalism and ethics to represent a defendant you know is lying. How do they know he's lying? How would, if Brian Walshe tells me that he nudged, and then found out his wife was dead, and then at that point began this cover-up operation to dispose of her body, which he's now pled to, how does his attorney know he's lying? Unless the attorney has some independent investigation. If the attorney knows that he killed his wife, then yeah, suggesting otherwise could be a problem. But he's not doing that. Do you think Brian Walshe admitted to his attorneys that he killed Anna Walshe? I don't think so. I don't think there's a chance in hell. So if he tells Tipton his story and Tipton repeats that, that's fine. Many think that it's a flat ass lie, but that doesn't mean he told the truth to Larry Tipton, who then would be lying to cover it up. He'd have to come up with a more clever way to stay away from it, but he couldn't outright lie if his client told him what really happened. So, and I don't believe Brian Walshe told his attorney anything about what really happened. Are you kidding me? No. If I were the defense, I would call Proctor as long as I could bring up his background. Well, to impeach him, his credibility is always going to be at issue. How far this judge will let you go with it, that's a question, because you could go deep. You could go long. Everybody go long to the end zone. But I think you could get cut off at a certain point where it becomes more about the impeachment than any substance the witness may have. Okay, I'm going along with Deborah's theory here. I think Tipton knows. We'll never know. We'll never know. I don't automatically assume somebody's being inappropriate or unethical. I give him the benefit of the doubt for a while. And he seems to me to be like a zealously representative of his client. And I'm not going to throw him under the bus just yet. I've shared what happened when I met him in the hallway. He seemed perfectly fine. His no comment was with kind of a smirk when I asked him how he was doing. That's all. How's it doing? I'm not going to say, so did your client tell you that he actually killed Anna? Is that, yeah, that's not the kind of Q&A you're going to have. I'm just curious, wanted to touch base, put a face with a name, give him a card. We had reached out to him after the McGee case. Those who may remember, he tried the McGee case in front of Judge Bev, a bench trial. And he won that case, got an acquittal for the woman who was accused of killing her husband, who apparently just had a heart attack. So we reached out after that, trying to get him on, and he said something amusing like, I'm not as good when I'm not in the courtroom. Like, I'm not as comfortable, I'm not as good not in the courtroom.
You are unmuted.
I think he's pretty good. I think he's ethical. My radar tells me he's doing his job. I'm not going to throw him under the bus. So Let's see if we can stomp on Trooper Keefe.
I just had an opportunity, I know it's maybe not relevant to the inquiry that's going on right now, but Attorney Porges, your records are good. He wrote 76, 85, 119, and 136. Almost memory is correct too. They all go to Verizon or AT&T records, so we can talk about that more later. Anybody need anything before I bring in the jury?
Does that mean I can explore it more with them?
No, it doesn't. It just puts the record more precisely as to why, but there may be others that you can explore that with. All right?
I actually don't get it, Judge.
You don't what?
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand the rulings. I don't.
All right, well, you can make your pitch.
So you're telling us that I can explore getting further search warrants to go back 1225 with this witness?
I think you can with regard to his sort of, I'll call it area of expertise, but that's not what you really want, right?
You mean with the Verizon records?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, as I look through back to go through, I mean, I think you have to have the filter that I'm placing right now is you have to have a good faith basis for all your questions, both sides. This, I won't call him an expert, but this trooper's expertise, as is revealed by those search warrants, is in a particular narrow focus. Now, you set the foundation for some broader thing, maybe Ken, I don't know, making reasonable inferences from what I know about the case, then I may permit it. But with this witness, and there may be other witnesses to include Trooper Proctor. Seems like Trooper Guarino had a slightly different role than even Trooper Keefe. So I think there are proper inquiries or proper individuals that you might be able to make these inquiries to some depth. I don't think this is one of them.
I understand
Based on the record that's before me, you can ask probing questions if you wish, and you know something that I don't. Again, I'm the consumer of the evidence, just like the jury in that regard. And I certainly do have a lot of learning from the time that I've spent on this case, but on what I know right now, I don't think it's a proper line of inquiry.
I understand the court's ruling.
All right? Let's bring it back in.
All rise. Jurors entering.
Well, you heard it, Proctor. So she's suggesting, and some of the questions that might be inappropriate for Keefe might be appropriate for Proctor. So unless there's a change in the plan, the court still thinks Proctor's testifying. So that's a shocker to me, and we'll see how far they can get with him and his specific role. I'm not real clear on her ruling about some of these questions because, you know, we're not privy to all the information she is, and she's not privy to all the information that either the prosecution or the defense has and how they want to use it.
Back in session. You may be seated.
So we'll see how far he gets with some of the questions on Mr. Keefe here and how they get into these Verizon and other records that were a result of a search warrant. It could be that,
You may
one by
proceed.
one,
Thank you.
he gets in some of the questions he needs. There we go.
First, I'm going to apologize, but would you tell us, Trooper, that Exhibit 168, the call, that call log is arranged beginning at late dates going to early dates, correct? It starts at January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, it starts January 3rd, 2023 to December 25th, 2022.
And all of the other two documents that we're using, the Exhibit 169 and 161, those all start with the earlier dates and proceed, correct?
Yes, those are in ascending. This one looks like it's descending order.
Okay. So now that I understand that, hopefully I won't confuse you. So here we go. So now, starting with Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 129, occurring at 1:40.10 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And it was a call that originated on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe.
Yes, it was an outgoing call to the number ending in 7966. Anna knew.
Okay. Staying on that document, page 11, record 126, time stamped at 3:02:37 p.m. There's a call that lasted 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
Correct.
And once again, it originated from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Now go to page 10, record number 124. An event happening at 4:11:06 p.m. There's a call that lasted 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Correct.
Now that call originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, correct?
Yes, that is an incoming call.
Are you aware of the fact, based on your involvement in the case, that Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled and she wound up driving up from DC to Cohasset?
On December 25th, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that during this time frame that we've just talked about, these 3 calls, that's when Anna Walshe is driving from DC to Cohasset?
Yes, that could be inferred from that.
So it appears from these records that during this time frame, that after her flight's canceled, her phone is texting, the phone assigned to Brian Walshe saying, my flight was canceled, I'm on my way. That they're having no less than 3 phone calls between themselves, at least between their phones, as she drives up
Yes.
the courthouse. And then, if you can, look at the screen, and I'm referring to page 2, and the text time-stamped 6:37:46 p.m. on 12/25. It looks like Anna Walshe, or the phone assigned to her, texts, I'm an hour and a half left.
Correct.
And then as you continue on Exhibit 169, at page 3, time stamped 7/26:02, it appears that that phone texts an image of a car to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Or at least the phone assigned to him. And the photo looks like it's a photo of a Porsche.
Yes.
And now if you refer to Exhibit 161 at page 14, record 193, time stamped 8:28:12 p.m.
193, sir?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
that's one of those Autobahn searches, correct?
Correct.
Where it appears that someone's looking for a luxury car, or at
Yes.
least searching the Autobahn for a car.
Yes.
If we go now to Exhibit 169, and we're looking at page 3, we see a text that timestamped 10:34:50 p.m.,
Yes.
and it involves a property listing at Zillow.
Correct.
And if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, all of those texts encompassing page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they continue to be texts regarding Zillow postings for property, correct?
Yes, they all appear to be text sent from the number ending in 7966, assigned to Anna Walsh, to 8646 about properties.
And those properties are all situated in or around the greater DC area or Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, officer, from your involvement in this case, about what time Miss Walsh arrived in Cohasset when she drove up from DC?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I do not know.
If I told you that she arrived sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the evening, does that sound accurate to you based on your review of all the data?
Sounds reasonable.
So it would appear that all these Zillow listings we just referred to that are occurring sometime around 10:30 p.m. on 12/25 through 10:58, it appears that he's already home. Anna Walsh is already back in Cohasset, and she's texting on her phone to a phone assigned to Brian Walsh all of these listings, correct?
Yes.
Now we're referring you to what's been marked Exhibit 168, the call log. I'm going to refer you to record number 114 at page 10. And it shows that there was some type of phone connection for 5 minutes and 19 seconds between the phone assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, and to the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Correct.
And we can go down and just follow that on page 9, record number 112. We see a 36-minute phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Correct?
Correct.
Once again, you don't know what the content of the phone call was, but that's what it appears, that there was a 36-minute phone call between them.
Yes.
And we continue to go down. Page 9, record 106. Now there's a 21-minute phone call, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on Exhibit 161. Now we're on a different date. We're on the next date. December 27th of 2022. I'm going to refer you to record number 316, page 22. You recognize that entry on Exhibit 161?
What was the page number, sir? Sorry, I put the 168 down.
That's fine. Page 22, record number 316.
Okay.
You see that?
I do.
It occurred at 6:57:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's that reference you were asked on direct examination yesterday, that reference to all my exes, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day, and now we're looking at Exhibit 168, the call log. We're going to refer you to page 9 and ask you to look at record 104. They begin a series of phone calls, 3 phone calls, 10 minutes and 43 seconds, 1 minute and 1 second, a third one, 26 minutes and 21 seconds, all originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh. Do you need me to tell you exactly what the records are? I apologize.
Yeah, could you go again with the record number, sir?
Yes. 104,
Okay.
102, and 100.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then there is at record 98 on page 8, 98 at page 8, there's a 23-minute phone call.
Correct.
And that originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
Now, I want to refer you to now the text messaging that's been entered as Exhibit 169 at page 7, and it's timestamped 10:59:32 a.m. And it appears that the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts, when can they have the thing signed? Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And immediately following that, in the call log, Exhibit 168, is a phone call that lasts 6 minutes from the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. And it originated from Anna Walsh's phone, didn't it not?
I'm just checking the call log now, sir.
You see that?
I see the text, but I don't see the specific call you were referring to on the call log, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give you page 8,
Yep.
record number 96, time stamped at 11:05:17 a.m.
Page 8, 98 on this one has a different time and date, sir.
All right, what is it? Just tell the jury what it is.
This one is December 27, 2022, 10:41 a.m. That's number 98. On
Okay.
This one.
And it lasts for 23 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yes.
Go on down to now, page 8, record number 96 on the same exhibit, 11:05:17 a.m. A phone call that lasts 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Correct.
Now, we're going to jump down a little bit, and at Exhibit 169, the text messages, on page 8, a text message timestamped at 6:36:44, there's a text that reads, "Did they sign?"
Yes, I see that.
And then you see a text following that, the very next text, timestamped at 6:39 p.m. in Exhibit 169, and it looks like it originates from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, "I emailed Stephen to see if he helped with the paperwork," correct?
Yes.
And then as we go through these text messages, the next text message is the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. She said they signed. That's the text message.
Yes.
Then the same phone texts immediately thereafter, "Let's get this deal done."
That's correct.
And then there's a text from Anna Walsh, apparently, or the phone assigned to her immediately thereafter. "Did she text you?" You see that?
Yes, I do.
Then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says yes. And then the next text is on page 10 at 6:39:36. Anna Walsh texts, at least her phone does, "I didn't see it."
Yes, correct.
And then a few seconds later, that phone texts, "Great."
Yes.
And then that same phone assigned to Anna Walsh at 6:40 texts, "Let me have Stephen confirm and I'll Venmo them."
Yes, correct.
And then there's a text that says, "Great," from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Then immediate text about an hour and a half later that says, "Hello." And that's at page 11 on Exhibit 169 at 8:03:04.
Correct. Yes.
So based on your investigation and based on your review of this data, that series of texts where they're talking about a deal and Venmo and everything else, it appears to you, doesn't it, that they were involved in the sale of property or something? Is that fair to say?
It appears they were looking at,
Conclusion. Oh, withdraw.
You can answer.
it appears they were looking at properties and possibly have sold the property or something based off those text messages.
Did you, as one of the investigators in the case, did you have any
Assignment to go try to explore what this sale was?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Trooper.
You're assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of other troopers that are assigned to that office specifically to investigate serious felonies. allegations of serious felonies, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that, I think earlier in cross-examination testimony, you said that you collaborate, you talk to each other, you
Correct.
share information, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you share information amongst your fellow troopers that are assigned to the district attorney's office is so you can all learn more about the case and make a better understanding of what the data means and what the information you're getting might mean, correct?
Yeah, we collaborate, share information about any investigation going on.
Based on your collaboration with fellow troopers in connection with this case, are you aware of any one of your fellow troopers assigned to investigate this case that ever went out and tried to determine the nature of that sale of property that we just went through based on the information that's in these 3 different sources of information?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what the sale of property was?
I don't know the details of it.
Do you know where the property was that was sold?
I believe the North Shore somewhere.
Do you know how much it involved?
I do not.
Do you know whose name that property was in?
I do not.
Do you know where the proceeds went, the proceeds of the sale went?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, refer to Exhibit 169 on the screen. It'll be at page 11, a text timestamped at 8:03:04 p.m. And there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe that says, hello.
Yes.
It's followed by a text that says, from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, phone died.
Correct.
There's a text that immediately follows that, indicates a screenshot of a phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a text that immediately follows, literally, that's the word that's used. And that's coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe.
Yes.
And then a text that follows about 2 minutes later, coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, where he simply says, hello.
Yes.
Then an immediate text after that from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. Do you need a new phone?
Correct.
And then there is that text where it appears at 6:18:55 a.m. at page 14 on Exhibit 169, where Brian Walshe, the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, is texting location data to 1001 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, a Verizon store.
Yes, it appears to be an address to a Verizon store.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little bit before, right?
Right. Yes.
But now we have it in context, don't we? We realize that there's text going back between these phones of Anna Walsh's phone seems to not be working right. And then the phone assigned to Brian Walshe finds the location of a store and sends it.
Yes.
And if you just keep going down those texts, the next text, the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, she says, thank you, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're changed to the next date, 12/28/22. We're looking at Exhibit 169, and there's a series of texts that began at 7:10:59 a.m. on page 14, and the phone assigned to Anna Walshe says, "We'll work from home today," correct?
Correct.
And then there's a text that follows 3 minutes later from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, says, "Feel better."
Correct.
And I mean, from reading those texts, it would suggest that Anna Walshe wasn't feeling well and she was working at home, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a text immediately thereafter from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe saying, "Let me get the boys ready." Correct?
Yes.
As we scroll through these texts, the text at page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m., there's a text comes from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, says, "Love you." Correct?
Could you scroll down a little further, please?
Page 16,
timestamp 7:15 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And then immediately thereafter, there is a text, page 16, immediately following that text, coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, and she says, love, or the phone says, love you too.
Correct.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, I will get you a plunger, correct?
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, and a Porsche.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, haha.
Correct.
Then Anna Walsh phone says, thank you.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says they both start with P.
Correct.
Do you think that phone is referring to the Porsche and the plunger?
Yes, sir.
And then Anna Walsh, the phone anyway, responds, I'll take care of the plunger. You just get the Porsche, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a couple of texts back and forth saying, ha ha, ha ha, right?
Yes.
Immediately thereafter, at about an hour and a half later, same exhibit, 169, page 20, at 9:26:13 a.m., from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, there's a screenshot of a Porsche, correct?
Yeah, it appears to be a vehicle. I don't know if it's a Porsche or not, sir.
Okay. And then there's a second text and another screenshot. And can you tell if it's of a Porsche?
Don't believe so based off the picture.
Okay. Then at 9:30, on 12:28, page 21, still the text, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says hello.
Correct.
And about 3 hours later, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts back, fix the phone.
Correct.
She then continues, her phone does, SIM card died. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump down to the next text at Exhibit 169, page 22, timestamp 3/22/23, and it contains 3 more images of property, correct?
Could you scroll down, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then there's a text of 3 movies being sent from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. It's 3 movies, and if you can read the related data to those movies, does it indicate to you, based on your experience as a forensic digital specialist, that those movies have to do with the property postings?
Yes, could you scroll up a little, please? Just, okay, yeah, so they're attachments to a text, yes.
Okay. And then, right at the same time, there is a reference made to 3 family brownstone from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then what happens is, on the call log, Exhibit 168 at page 6, record 66, there's a phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Record 66, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when we go back to Exhibit 69, right in the same time frame, now there's text being exchanged between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, including a text, looks good, then 1 minute. And the phones continue to text. And then there's another phone call that we can find at Exhibit 168, page 6, record 64. And it's a phone call between the phones assigned to them. So those phones are communicating together. I mean, we don't know what they're saying, right?
Correct.
And then if you go back to the text, we're still on the same day, 12/28. Now there's text about, from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, then the numbers work. It's a timestamp 3/50/19.
Yes.
Now there's a couple of phone calls that immediately follow that text. Phone calls between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh, and that's from Exhibit 168, first at page 6, record 62.
Yes, sir.
And then page 5, record 60.
Yes.
Then what happens? Same day, 12/28. On the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 5, record 56, there is a 21-minute, 47-second phone call between the two phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Yes, incoming call from 7966, assigned to Anna Walsh.
And then about 30 minutes later, another phone call, this time originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, that's for 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes.
If you continue to scroll through the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 169, and I want to refer to page 30 and the text message timestamped 11:18 a.m., 11:18:10 a.m. Do you see the text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh that said, it's incoming soon at 199K?
I do.
And the next text is, had 2 bathrooms, good shape.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, offer 195K?
Yeah.
Response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, probably. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Then immediately thereafter, a text that says, let's see what TJ says.
Yes.
And then there's a series of texts that immediately follow. Okay. Then there's another Zillow posting. We're now at page 32 of Exhibit 169. And then there's a specific reference from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. They paid $80,000 in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And there's a second text, assessment at 4. What's that text say? At 11/21/31, page 32.
Assessment at 120K, 120K.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
It sounds like the communications going on between these two phones is talking about the possible purchase of a new property, right?
Yes.
And that Zillow reference in Exhibit 169 at page 32 at 11/19/54, that Zillow reference is a property in DC, isn't it?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to page 33, 11/21/50, we see a text, zesting at 175K.
Yes.
And what does zesting mean? Do you have any idea?
The estimate of the property.
Okay. And then the next text is, our unit is really 1820 square feet.
Correct.
All right, may we approach?
Yes?
So I don't know, good or bad that we actually get to see some of the text, because that green is giving me a headache. But the blue one, that's not too bad. Okay, I always have to laugh at zesting. As a commercial broker, the zestimate is worth every penny you pay for it. 0, but I understand what they're doing here. They're trying to put in context this property that they were apparently going to buy for 195K on a 199 list, sold in 2015 for 80K, and the assessment is at 120,000. That's also just to give you some ballpark ideas. Most assessments do not 100% equal the value of the property. In some jurisdictions they do. Believe me, I fight about this stuff all the time. but in most places it's a percentage of the actual value. But the zesting number is BS. Doesn't mean anything. Ignore that. If you can find comp sales for properties in the area, those are the numbers that will help you get to the number you need to buy the property. Anyway, the bottom line is this is on the 28th of December. I think all of this is still the 28th. We may have moved to the 29th at some point. I didn't hear that reference. But it is post-Christmas arrival. It is pre-New Year's Eve party. And the point being made very well by Larry Tipton is, does this sound like people that are at each other's throats for whatever reason? Does this sound like a couple that is dissolving because of an affair? Does this sound like a couple that is going to break up by murder at the hands of the husband on the wife? It just sounds like it's business as usual, and these guys are looking forward into the
As we
future.
continue with this series of texts, now we're on December 29th, page 33 of Exhibit 169. At 11:21:59, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh text, and this one as well.
Yes.
The next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, 13:20 above ground, 500 under.
Correct.
Do you have any idea what the reference or the context is for that text? 13:20 above ground, 500 under.
The possible square footage of the property?
Okay. And then the next text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Let's see how much work it needs. You see that?
Yes.
Then there's a text, are they renting it out?
Yes.
Then the next text, makes sense to take it down hard. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And then does it sound like to you, based on your investigation in this case, that there's a discussion going on about possibly buying a new property in or around the DC area?
Yes.
I want to go forward now to Exhibit 161. I'm going to focus you to page 54, record 804, occurring at 9:13:47 p.m. And there's a reference once again to the Mazda building in Washington. Oh, I'm sorry.
$804, sir?
Yes, record 804 at page 54.
Yes.
And Exhibit 161.
Correct, yes.
Then returning now to the text of Exhibit 169 on 12:30, page 40, a text occurring at 6:01:24 a.m. from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Flight on time? Question mark.
Yes.
From the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Hi.
Yes.
Phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Next text so far.
Correct.
Next text, yes, from Anna Walsh's phone.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh's phone, boarding now.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, great.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh, signed, ha.
Correct.
Then the next text immediately following that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, did you get test? And then the next immediate text that follows is the word rest.
Yes, correct.
Does it appear to you that the texture intended to say, did you get rest, and change text to rest?
Objection to conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Then the next text is awake early, I see, and that comes from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
And at page 43 in Exhibit 169, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh simply says a little. And then that phone says it was a big Thursday night. Do you see those texts?
I do, sir.
And those are at 6:02 a.m. on December 30th.
Correct.
As you scroll down to the text dated 12/30/22 at page 46, a text at 12:07 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone of Anna Walshe, and it includes 2 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the photographs are blurred, but based on your review, do these photographs include pictures of a female and a young child?
They did.
And the response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, looking good.
That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, I should say not immediately, but 3 minutes later, a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it includes another photo of, if you know, a female and a young child.
Correct.
And then a text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, hanging out hard.
Correct.
If we move down to the text at 49, page 49, timestamped 1:26:49 p.m., there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it appears to be a movie. Do you see that? It's timestamped 1:26:49 p.m.
Hold on 1 second, sir.
Sure.
Yes, there appears to be a movie attachment.
Okay, a movie attachment. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I should have been more clear. And then we see in the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 2, record number 20, record number 18, record number 16, they're all on page 2. We see a series of phone calls between the phones assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh. Do you see that? It's at all on page 2, records 20, 18, and 16.
Yes, I see those, sir.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 169 at the relevant time period, about an hour later, at page 50, there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that contains 7 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, and I understand that the photographs are blotted out, but if you recall, they're photographs of a woman and a boy.
Yes, sir.
So what we have here, and what you've just described to the jury, is when we put all the data together from primarily 3 sources: the call log, the text messages, and the data from the work you did in extracting the data from the iPhone unit. We see that all of those data, when looked at, they help frame a picture of communications about buying property and selling property, shopping for a Porsche, trading pictures between each other, all in the time period encompassing December 25th, leading up to December 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
This shows communication between Brian and Anna Walsh from December 25th through December 30th. We only went to the 30th, sir.
And to be fair, it shows communication between phones, data.
Yes.
time.
Text message, phone calls, communication between those 2 devices during that time period.
Trooper Keith, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there's no such thing called iMessenger?
What do you mean?
Okay. You're familiar with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And Facebook has a communication or texting app associated with it, and it's called Messenger, correct?
Facebook Messenger, correct?
It's not called iMessenger.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And then you're familiar with text messaging that originated with Apple, and it's referred to as iMessage.
Yes.
And it's not referred to as iMessenger, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it is possible, isn't it, to receive Facebook Messenger postings on someone's phone from someone's Facebook account if that person, the holder of the Facebook account, permits that person to see their Facebook Messenger communications.
Depends where you got the data from, sir.
Okay. You did not find anything on the Apple iPhone 13 mini of any Facebook Messenger postings between Anna Walshe and a person named William Faston.
Specifically Facebook Messenger
Yes,
between those two? On the iPhone 13 mini?
yes.
Not that I recall.
You did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone mini between Anna Walshe and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
I would have to see the document, sir.
I think I'm gonna have to come inside.
Okay. Why don't we go?
All right, then. Little sidebar initiated by Mr. Tipton, anticipating this some problems. This is some great cross-examination. I know, and I put this up here from Joy just a second ago. I don't think she planned on being unalive, so of course she was making plans. And how was he supposed to respond? Hey, don't worry, you'll be in a garbage bag in a few days. I get that perspective, but you have to, if you're dead set that he did it, and I understand that, you're never going to see the evidence as it's presented objectively. You're always going to say, well, why would they? Of course they're lying, because he knew he was going to be killing her. That's not the state of the evidence. There's no state of the evidence that shows he knew he was going to be killing her. Not yet. I'm hoping it's there, because I in my gut believe that he did, but that's not the point. These are amazing cross-examination techniques by Tipton. He's going through each and every one of these notes, calls, texts that make it sound like it's just another day in their, weird bi-city relationship. If I'm reading some of their texts, no flights till mine now. No United flights till mine now. Ugh. Belly up. On board. Safe trip. What's your day like tomorrow? Oh, wait a minute. Those are my texts with my wife when she was in D.C. That's what I'm telling you. These are just the same kinds of things that you would see in a normal relationship. And that's the goal of Tipton's cross-examination, to show that, the prosecution may be suggesting that he had it out for her, that it was all master planned. But look at their exchange back and forth, the selling of a property, the investigation of buying a property, even to the point of picking a number to offer. And it's hard to tell. I'm guessing it's property that they want to use as investment property. Don't know. Talking about how much work it might need, what's the square footage breakdown, above grade square footage, basement square footage, how much work does it need? Are there renters in there now? And believe me, that's a critical question, because if there are renters in a property you're considering, sorry, renters, you just don't treat your property like you do if you own it. It's just the way it is. And so anybody buying that property, I know it's a sweeping, hasty generalization. When I've rented properties, my goal was always leave it in better shape than I rented it. I get it. There are people like me out there, but the vast majority are like, who cares? I'm renting. And so you have to anticipate as an investor, you're going to have to put more money into the property. But all of this is happening, and you have to either believe this guy has a master plan but is playing a role, or something happened that triggered her death, whether it was a fight and he ended her life that night, or whether it was some bizarre health issue. Speaking of health issues, let's go back to a couple of the notes. They're back. I'll have to leave you hanging, but there were notes that related to her health. We're going to talk about that. Okay. Go back at him, tough guy. I just like his style. I just think it's effective.
So may I approach you?
You may.
And it's entertaining, and that's a nice 1-2 combination.
I was going to ask you, Trooper, have you seen that in your examination of the iPhone Mini 13? If you haven't, that's fine.
I can't tell what device this was extracted from, sir.
So it is fair to say, though, that when you examined the iPhone Mini, you never saw any communications involving Anna Walshe and William Fastow, correct? On the iPhone Mini,
Any communication whatsoever under
between the two of them?
specific application? This was the iPhone 13 mini.
Yes.
Can you clarify? I'm not sure what you're asking.
On the iPhone Mini that
Cor-
we've been talking about today. And I thought you just answered. You did not see any communications between Anna Walshe and William Fastow first, let's say, with Facebook Messenger.
Not that I recall.
And of course, one of the, well, before I ask that question, so you don't recognize that.
This what you just handed me? I can't authenticate where this came from. I don't know what device it came from. I can't speak to that.
Then at this time, I'll just have it marked by you.
We'll mark it for identification. Are we at K? No. Oh, geez. All right. Thank you. What is it?
So, now, look, you said that my question, you said, I don't recall if you saw communications on the iPhone Mini between Anna Walshe and William Fastow using Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
You don't recall.
I don't.
Well, of course, in the nature of this case and the fact that you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, if in fact you found messaging that was between Anna Walshe and William Fastow on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That'd be pretty important stuff, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and I ask you a very simple question, did you see any Facebook Messenger messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow? You said, I don't recall. But that'd be right, that's what you said.
Yes.
You would agree that's pretty important. That would be pretty important evidence if you found that on that phone, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that with regards to Apple iMessage, the text message, you didn't find any iMessages appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, iMessages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow, correct?
No.
And of course, in the context of this case, that will be pretty important evidence if you found any communications, whatever form, On the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, communications between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, didn't it?
Yes.
And the other thing you did not find is any evidence of deleted messages using Facebook Messenger on the iPhone, the Mini.
I would have to take a look, sir. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but once again, that software you use, whether it be Celebrite or Magnet Gray Axiom, it's able to detect deleted materials. In fact, that's one of the forensic tools, one of the forensic reasons it's used, to see if there's deletions of data that might be important to a case, correct?
Well, it all depends. The software that that company has published at the time, the software the device is running. So never do they get all the data extracted from a device. So the deleted data may never be parsed out and read.
Okay, well,
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
but if you wanted to find messages, whether they be Facebook Messenger or Apple iMessages between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, and you thought it was, as you told us, it would be very important evidence to find, you would do everything you could as a forensic digital specialist to try to find them, wouldn't you?
Well, her device was never recovered, sir.
I'm sorry?
Her device was never recovered.
I'm talking about the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
You just said messages on her device between.
If I did, I apologize, and I might very well have said that. Thank you for correcting me. Messages between Anna Walsh and William Fasto appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That would be pretty important evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything you could as a digital forensic specialist to try to find that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And just a minute.
You're done?
Just a minute. I think I'm finally done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's called cutting your losses.
Stuff here.
Yes, the lawyers will take care of that, but thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
No redirect. That tells you something, that they didn't want to reopen some of those wounds that the cross-examination made. And there he goes.
Next witness.
Commonwealth to call Heather Sullivan.
Heather Sullivan. She was teased the other day with somebody they had kind of queued up. You see Keefe taking swigs out of that water like it was vodka? Oy.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the trial now and hearing of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Witness 22, if you're counting.
Watch this stuff.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, Sullivan.
And you say retired. When did you retire?
In July,
And how long were you a state police trooper?
20 years.
And can you just tell us your path through the state police, where your assignments?
Sure. I was on the road for the first 7 years of my career. For the last 13 years, I've been in crime scene, 7 of which I worked at the crime scene office that's attached to the medical examiner's office. In the last 6 years, I worked in the crime scene services in Danvers.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime scene services in Danvers?
It was my responsibility to go to any homicide, suicide, unattended death, any crime scene where I would need to collect evidence, process it for fingerprints, or document any items of interest.
And what type of training did you need to obtain in order to get into that unit?
We had on-the-job training, but it was years and years of training. Every year we have some sort of class, proficiency tests in crime scene, videography, documentation, evidence collection, tire track, footwear, and fingerprints.
You say proficiency tests in those areas. Did you pass your proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes.
Did you pass your competency tests?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to be involved in an investigation that initially started in Swampscott that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to in Swampscott that afternoon?
330 Paradise Lane. It was an apartment complex, and I was called there by Norfolk County Detective Unit.
And about what time do you think you got there?
About 1,400 hours.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what was marked as Exhibit 90? It's a photograph. And forgive me, I don't have the file number in front of me. Do you see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of the two trash receptacles I was responsible for documenting.
On Exhibit 90, it says HAS. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir.
And could we have Exhibit 91? And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a trash compactor at the same location that I also documented.
Now, what was done with those two, the trash compactor and the dumpster?
I, like I said, documented it with photographs all the way around, and then we were going to search it at a different location.
And did you go to that different location?
Yes.
Where was that?
300 Forest Street in Peabody. It was Greenworks Republic's transfer station.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 107, which was, I believe, file number 6556? Thank you. Now, does this look like where you went to in Peabody?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got to Peabody, what was done with the two dumpster? What was done with the dumpster and the compactor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, my bad. What was done with the contents of the dumpster and the compactor once you got to Peabody?
They were separately transported to this location, 304th Street, and they marked off an area. I documented it before they dumped the trash, and then individually, they started with one of the trash receptacles, dumped that, and spread it out so we could go through it and search it.
So, and who did that process? Who dumped it out and searched it?
So the company who transported the receptacles, they're the ones who dumped it, but they put it in a location where we could go through it methodically. The CERT team, which is a special emergency response team, there's about 10 of those individuals who were there to go through the individual trash bags.
And what was the conditions like while everyone was doing this?
As far as
Weather.
Oh, it was it's January, so it was very cold. And it was outdoor location. It looks like it's indoor, but it's half indoor, half outdoor.
And so when the CERT team would get to a bag, would they open several bags at once, or what? How would they do it?
So they did it methodically. So they each kind of tacked it together. They went through each individual bag, looked to see. We actually had a meeting about what we were looking for, so they knew what to look for. If they found anything that they possibly that was of interest, they would flag me down. I would photograph it. And then if it was something that the detectives wanted to collect, we would collect it and spread it out so we can document it further.
So could I, at this point in time, Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 125? So do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
Is this one of the bags, contents of the bags that you had to spread out and do further documentation of?
That was some of the contents in one of the bags, yes.
And what's this, bless you. What is the significance of the yellow placard?
That tells me, so as I was spreading things out, each bag got a placard, and then we would know which items came from which bag.
Now, when items were packaged up and brought back to the lab, did they all go to the same person, or did different people enter them into the LIMS system?
So I entered any evidence that we collected for crime scene services, which would be specifically for fingerprinting. I would collect that evidence, and then the detective unit collected anything we weren't actually processing for fingerprints or DNA. And then another person from the forensic scientists unit, also in the crime lab, they collected anything that they would be testing for DNA specifically, and only that.
Okay. And so these items here, were they tested for fingerprints?
They were collected by my lab and sent to the Boston lab because it was their, basically their area that the incident occurred. So they took that evidence and they fingerprinted it.
Now, but you were able to enter these into the LIMS system, correct?
I entered anything that I collected, documented it, collected it, tagged it, and put it in the LIMS system.
All right. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
And so where did the red Solo cups and the leaf blower, when did you use that stuff to do your stuff there? Can you imagine that dump? What kind of transference there takes place at that
Ma'am,
dump?
do you happen to have gloves with you? I see a box.
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
For the record, I'm bringing you some parchment paper just in case you need it.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this object?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one of the bags of evidence that I had collected because I can see my handwriting on it.
And what does it say on the exterior of the bag?
Tin snips by placard 8, and I itemized it 7-9. The LIMS number is 23-00596 with my initials and the date that I collected it.
Could you put some gloves on and open that bag and make sure that the snips are inside?
Do you mind if I stand?
No, go right ahead.
The snips you found at the scene that night?
Yes.
You can place them back in the bag. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked. The Commonwealth will seek to have the tin snips with the bag marked as the next exhibit.
All right. No objection. The snips in the bag are now in evidence as Exhibit 171. Is that correct?
Oh, the drama.
Coach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am,
Now
you
we know.
recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag, item 7-10, which I itemized in LIMS, and it's a hacksaw, and it was by placard 8 as well.
Could you open that bag and make sure the hacksaw is inside? If it is, please.
It is.
Without trying to make anything of a mess, but thank you. Thank you. Could you return it back?
And counsel, can you get your fat head out of the way?
The Commonwealth would seek to have the hacksaw and the bag marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 172, the hacksaw.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a brown paper bag with a hammer, item 7-11.
And if you could keep your voice up.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I have you getting up and doing all that stuff, so that's my fault. Could you open the bag and make sure the hammer's inside? Let me help.
Yes, sir.
I'm having to reenact it since we can't see it with big head in the way.
Thank you. And that's the hammer you saw that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hammer in the bag marked as the next exhibit.
Hearing no objection, it's in evidence now as 173.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Do you recognize this bag?
Yes, sir.
Could you open it and could you tell us first what is it?
It's a bag with packing tape, item 7-12.
Could you open it and look inside and confirm that the pack tape is inside? And does that appear to be the pack tape that you found at the PVD at the trash site that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag with the packing tape marked as the next exhibit.
It
This
is
is the
now,
best
the
of-
packing tape is now in evidence as 174.
I don't have the packing tape. He does. They have it in that red. You saw it in the big picture, the red plastic applicator. I don't think he could better position himself to be covering this evidence. And I always wear the gloves when we're looking at evidence. I need to be safe.
Ms. Gilman, could you take that down? Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ma'am, do you see that bag?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's a brown paper bag with a hatchet in it, item 7-13.
Could you open that bag and confirm the hatchet's inside? Could you please put the hatchet back inside? Could you put the hatchet back inside? And that's the same hatchet that you saw that you retrieved from the trash station at PVD that night?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the hatchet marked as the next exhibit.
Any
Your Honor.
objection?
No objection.
The hatchet is in evidence as exhibit 175.
I think we know why this witness retired after 20 years. How many piles of garbage really can you go through in her specific line of work? Yuck. Out there in January, freezing your butt off, pouring through garbage.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes?
Can we stop you?
Do you recognize
Yep.
that bag?
That's the perfect spot, all right?
Do.
And what is that?
It's a bag. Actually, don't know what's in this. Craftsman shears.
Craftsman shears.
Yes.
Could you open it and confirm the Craftsman shears are inside?
Sure.
Thank you. Are those the Craftsman shears you saw that night in PVD?
They were.
For the record, now that the shears are back in the bag, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the shears marked as the next exhibit.
What's the LIMS number on that? Is it 714?
714.
All right, the shears 714 are in evidence as 176.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
You may.
Recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag with a measuring cup in it, item 7-15.
And could you open that bag and look inside?
Whoa.
Is that the measuring cup you saw that night, puberty?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the cup now back inside as the next exhibit. Number 715.
715, the measuring cup is now in evidence as 177.
One blanket, that item on the blanket, I couldn't figure out the measuring cup. I'm still uncertain. What
So I
that's
take
about.
it you took these items back to the lab and entered them into the LIMS system.
I did, sir.
And you didn't do any further work on these items once they were in the LIMS, once they were entered into the crime lab evidence system.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Thank you.
So, as we suspected, as a result of what we heard the judge suggest,
On the measuring cup, there
Procta.
was some dark powder. Do you remember seeing that?
That wasn't like that when I packaged it in the beginning.
And now, in your training experience of working in the crime lab, do you recognize that type of substance?
Seems to be black fingerprint powder.
And one of the reasons you took it to the crime lab was to be fingerprinted?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I have no questions.
All right, the witness may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call three calls. Next witness.
Commonwealth will call Richard Atkinson.
Richard Atkinson. No surprise, no cross there, because remember, in the big scheme of things, there is no dispute that the defendant disappeared the body. So how he did it, gross as it may be, whatever tools were used, although the measuring cup still boggles my brain, I'm not quite sure what that's about. But yeah, why cross-examine that? There's not a dispute there. Yeah, let's see if they get this guy squeezed in before 1 o'clock.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Richard Atkinson, Atkinson.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
What is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
It's where the medical examiners in Massachusetts work.
And what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a doctor who's in charge of examining the bodies of people who are deceased to determine their cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
I've been there 11 and a half years.
And could you tell us your educational background?
Sure. I have a 4-year bachelor degree from Stony Brook University in New York. I then did a 4-year MD at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. I then did a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at New York Presbyterian Hospital and Stony Brook Hospital. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the office where I currently work.
And so I take it that worked into you starting your career at the OCME.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
To be board certified in a specialty in medicine, you usually have to finish the residency in that specialty. And complete a certain number of cases or see a certain number of patients and then take a test.
And are you certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes.
Which ones?
I'm certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you tell us what is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that's involved in determining the cause of death and manner of death of people who die of not obviously natural causes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a bigger umbrella term that refers to diagnosing disease by looking at tissue or blood samples, that kind of thing.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what happens to a human body within the first hour of death?
Several things can happen. Usually there is rigor mortis within a couple of hours. It can, however, almost immediately occur after a person's death. That's just when the muscles tighten up in the position that the person died in. There's also something called lividity or livor mortis. That's when all the blood in the body, once the heart stops beating, settles down to the lowest point. So if you're lying on your back, it will settle to your back and give you a pink discoloration of your back, and also a white discoloration of your front.
Now, sir, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is just an examination of the body of someone who has died, including looking at the external surface of the body and also cutting into the body and examining the organs.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed just over 1,500 full autopsies, about 2,700 additional examinations that weren't full autopsies, and I've supervised 300 additional full autopsies.
How long does an autopsy take?
It depends. An autopsy can take less than an hour if it's simple. It can take all day if it's a difficult case.
And how, you said the external and internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
We examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram, and just looking for signs of injuries or disease that might have led to the person's death.
And what consists of the internal portion of an autopsy?
The internal portion is removing the organs, also looking for signs of disease or injury, and sometimes removing items like bullets that may have killed someone.
And when doing an autopsy, I neglected to ask this, but I imagine there is a facility at OCME that you do this in.
Yes.
And can you just tell us, like, what do you have as far as tables to work on for patients?
The table that the decedent lies on?
Yes.
It's a metal table with raised edges.
And what do you wear when you perform an autopsy?
I wear a lot of protective equipment, a full Tyvek suit, extra sleeves and an apron over that, a mask and face shield, and 3 pairs of gloves.
And when you do an autopsy, what attempts do you make to get access to a decedent's medical records?
We make every attempt we can to access their medical records. In Massachusetts, the law is that we're entitled to them in Massachusetts. So,
and when performing an autopsy, what samples do you take from the body during an autopsy for further analysis?
We take fluids and sometimes tissue for toxicology testing. We also take it sometimes for DNA testing, for looking at under the microscope, various different things.
And can you tell us what histology is?
Yes.
What is histology?
Histology is the study of tissue by looking at it under the microscope.
And how many times have you ever testified in a court before giving your a medical opinion?
Yes.
Now, on January 10th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to seize items taken from a trash facility in Peabody?
Yes.
Where did you do that?
At the office of the chief medical examiner in Boston.
Why were you examining items opposed to, well, why were you examining items at the OCME?
Normally, we're not involved in examining items, just bodies of people. In this case, the objective was to determine whether there was any human tissue on these items.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
And how long does it take to do an autopsy when you don't have a body? Is that quicker? Interesting use of the medical examiner's office. Oh, sure, he's a little rigid. You would be too if you worked with dead people all day. Let's face it, he's no Dr. Michael Baden. All right. I think that's safe to say.
Okay.
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
And what is this an image of?
This is an image of several pieces of blue and white carpet that I examined.
Commonwealth would seek to have this image marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Can I see that?
Yes, I apologize. No.
Thank you.
Yes. I will. Thank you. I will also put it in the record each one.
Yes, so for the record, what's the JPEG number of 178 that's now in evidence?
It's PC 110181.
All right, the photo of the rug with that JPEG number is now in evidence as 178.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's go. We have a PC 110181. Doctor, can you see that?
Yes.
So, Doctor, can you tell us what are we looking at here in this image?
There were 7, though I think some of them are not in the image, 7 pieces of rolled up blue and white carpet with some stains on them, and the pieces of debris that you can see just above the ruler were also present on some of the pieces of carpet.
And who places the ruler there?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this image, sir?
Yes.
Is that one of the pieces of carpet that you had the opportunity to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter into evidence PC 110195, image of carpet.
Any objection? That 110195 is now in evidence as 179, photo also of rug.
And may the Commonwealth publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, do we have 110195? So, Doctor, is this one of the carpets that you had the opportunity to see that night or see that day when you were at OCME?
Yes.
And that ruler, did you place that there as well?
Yes.
And Doctor, do you have an idea of what the aggregate measurement of the carpets were together?
No, I don't think I recorded that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is this another one of the pieces of carpet you had the opportunity to examine that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter in PC 110198, second image of carpet.
No objection.
The photo of the rug 110198 is now in evidence as Exhibit 180. Is that a good place to stop for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Well, I was hoping we'd get to kind of the punch line for this guy, because clearly you don't bring the ME in unless he's also a carpet salesman to go over those details, unless he found some biologic information on there. You know, yes, this is a bone fragment. Yes, this is muscle tissue, whatever. So anyway, we're going to have to just hang on that all weekend long. And again, if you're the defense, it's irrelevant. I get it. And it's certainly going to be more graphic than I would like the jury to hear about the disappearance of Anna Walshe, because they're going to know that I'm the one that caused that violent injury and death. But doesn't mean I killed her. Does not mean I killed her. And that's the mantra that you're going to be hearing over and over and over again. The jury is going to be asked by the Commonwealth to infer that he killed her based on all of this other information. And I think the defense is, I'm looking at it like the jury should be looking at it, which is, has the prosecution proved that he intended and then murdered her? I'm not seeing a lot of that. He's a douchebag. He's a horrible person. He's a monster. I'm in the jury. I would think that of this person based on what we know he did, what he admits. But does it get me to the murder? The more and more I think about it, and the more and more I think heat of passion, that something happened, the more I see about these text messages and phone calls that were normal right up through Christmas, right up through New Year's Day, the whole buying of the property. It just makes me think there was a confrontation at some point, and maybe it's because he had inklings about the boyfriend Fasto. Maybe he knew and just wanted to confront her about it, and then it kind of got ugly. But that to me sounds like the reality. And the question is then, to what end? If the jury goes into that deliberation with just one option, he may have one or two people that get hung up on it. If they go in there with a lesser included of second-degree murder, even though there's no evidence of that either, that could be a default position. That could be a compromise position for jurors if they had to sway one or two people that just weren't quite there on intentional homicide. Very interesting. I mean, this thing, the way we looked at this case going in was much more about how did the Troopas screw up and not do their job. And we've seen enough of that, and we're going to see more because Proctor's going to be coming on, apparently. I want to hit some of the questions and comments before we do our little break, and then
I always like to check in with the lawyers, particularly. I check in with them, as you've seen, at the end of every day, but particularly at the end of the week, to take stock of sort of where we are right now in the case, and to give you my best estimate. It's only that, it's the best estimate. But the case has been moving in quite efficiently. I think when I impaneled you, I told you that we expected 3.5 to 4.5 weeks of evidence. I don't think it's going to go that long. My best estimate at this point is that the evidence in this case will be concluded within a total time frame of 3 weeks. So we just put 1 week in the bank, so to speak. I don't think the evidence will go any further than 2 additional weeks. So I just try to keep you as advised, because, as I've said to you, I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice to your personal lives that's been made. That's my best estimate right now. And as we go through those next 2 weeks, I'll give you further updates. All right? So jurors, I hope you all, I appreciate the work you've done this week. I hope you all get some rest this weekend. And while you're getting that rest, you must not do the following things. Do not speak to anyone about this case. Do not go on any social media or any news media of any sort. Don't do any research of any kind about this case. Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Again, I appreciate all you're doing. Have a really nice weekend.
All rise for the court, please. There's closure notebooks. Follow me.
Okay, class, pencils down. Once they leave, we'll see if the judge has any further instruction or guesstimation. I think she's totally overestimating that there are 2 more weeks. But it's always better to do that, and then people are excited when it's shorter. If you tell them a week and then start slopping over, people are pissed off. So much better. It looks like 2 more weeks. And then when it is a week or a little more, you're like, ha. I thought she was about to do something. Perhaps she is.
Nice to counsel this side again.
Oh, so okay, you're not going to let us take part. And there he is, poor Brian Walshe, sitting by himself. And we know LKB would not approve of that. By the way, a reminder, she'll be joining us at 2 o'clock as we prep for the hearing with Aidan Carney. And we'll see what happens in that case with the brand new judge. Big issue for him is what to do about Cosgrove and the late blatant ignorance of the rules of evidence and the rules of providing the opposition with your briefing. Just do it whenever you get around to it. The judge could take that attitude and say, okay, he apologized. Moving on. I don't know. That's what I'm anticipating. Anyway, back to this case. Is it going to be 2 more weeks of evidence? I totally doubt that. Totally. But as I was saying, having come into this with this concept that we're just pissed off because the Norfolk County DA's office and the troopas connected to them, they don't do their job. They mislead, they lie, they extend beyond the scope of any search warrant. That was the focus. There was always in the back of everybody's mind, this guy did it. And that's secondary to what has happened in the law enforcement and prosecution part of the case. As we're seeing this case unfold, you may not have changed your ultimate opinion, but you have to admit that there are some questions about what actually happened that night. And now that we know he's admitted to getting rid of the body and to lying to the cops, fine, that answers those questions. We still don't know what happened that night. And I really am starting to get a kind of a heat of passion kind of vibe about this. And of course, it's still horrible. It's second-degree murder. But that's not on the table. So it's going to be very interesting as this thing unfolds and as we see, we haven't seen the defense case yet. And, we haven't seen Procta. Who knows what Procta is going to bring to this mix in terms of, we used to call it back in the day, covering the OJ case, it was the Mark Furman factor. Well, I've dubbed this the Procta factor, and it has bled into, sorry for use of that term, it has bled into other cases, including this one. And people, when they see somebody do what Proctor did in the Garrett Reed case, it can't help but color their opinion about the prosecution and the law enforcement actions of others, even if others have been perfectly fine. And I certainly don't believe that everybody's been perfectly fine in this case. Okay, let's see where we are here. I've got a few questions, stuff we'll get to. We'll stop when they do, and then pick it back up again. Okay. A follow-up to the previous question. Let me find the previous question first. Do you think he took the lye to clean off the instruments that he used of any kind of tissue, hence the measuring cup? I don't remember hearing about lye. I remember a whole lot about hydrogen peroxide, but nothing really about a more strong cleaning agent. So, but the measuring cup used for whatever the solution he might have used to clean off the instruments. Yeah, I certainly could have done that. I'm not sure why you would, except have you ever used a bottle of hydrogen peroxide? And we saw it when they picked up the trash. It's got the little opening. I guess you could take your rag and put the rag on there and then wipe stuff. But if you pour it in a measuring cup, you've got a big opening. You can just dunk, just dunk. Maybe you dunk the instrument in there and you kind of wash it half in the measuring cup, half on your drop cloth. I just think practically the measuring cup might have allowed easier access to whatever the cleaning solution was. Oh, are my eyes bad, or did we just go out of focus there? So yeah, that's the only thing I can imagine the use of the measuring cup was. And I think there's a follow-up here from Joyce Mahar. Do we know if the saws, et cetera, were tested for chemicals? I haven't heard any evidence of that either. And again, did I miss the reference to lye actually being found? Because I don't remember that. Do not remember that. Okay, so Deborah Gelsey, local news reporting Proctor will be testifying. Yes, I'm pretty sure the local news heard the same thing we did from the court, which was when Proctor testifies. So with that considered the source, I'll allow it. The camera guy could have helped. Yeah, we were complaining because obviously Mr. Connor stood in the perfect spot to block every piece of evidence that they were unfolding. The hacksaw, the snips, the hatchet. And only at the end, when they got to the roll of tape, did he step aside. But I want to point out that in the courtroom, hard right is the jury, and just in front of them by a few feet is the camera guy, and he's on sticks, as we say in the biz. He's on a tripod. He's not roving around like with a steady cam, so he can't move. So he has line of sight. Wherever he can pivot, tilt, pan, whatever he can do, it's anchored to that one spot. So if you draw a straight line from that camera to that witness, and this guy, Greg Connor, stands right in front of him, you're done. There's nothing that the shooter could have done to correct that. The state has the children. Yeah, this has been talked about a few times. We don't know the details exactly of how the children may or may not be split up, but they are in foster care. They're not family members.
I didn't ask over there, but I assume based
taking
on
care of the
our
kids.
last little bit. Anything the Commonwealth needs to address with the court before I get off the bench? And same to the defense.
No, Your Honor.
Everyone have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Okay. Obviously, whatever they had to say, they just said at sidebar, so we don't get to hear it. And it could have been scheduling, could have been evidentiary issues, could have been some other sort of housekeeping, could have been confirmation of the scheduling, which she just told the jury could be done in 2 more weeks. Look at Brian Walshe. He's so happy. He's going back to his home. Jail. Very helpful. See, he's like, you don't even have to ask him to give the wrists. He's right there with it. And did you notice in the first few days, see you, Brian, have a great weekend, the woman that was taking notes on the other side of the defense table, everybody was very curious. Who is that? What are they doing? What's going on? And most folks believe she's with the DA's office, maybe logging exhibits or tracking other activity within the courtroom. We don't know for sure, but we do know, and Scott was there yesterday. Scott McGinnis was in there yesterday. She moved away. See you, fan. Have a great weekend, fan. She moved back further toward the first pew, which is where Diana Walsh is sitting, and the one right in front of where I was and where I think Scott has been. Basically out of camera view, right? Because I have a feeling it somehow got back to her that people are asking about you. What's going on? What's the deal? When I go back up there next week, not sure which day, but now I'm trying to work it around the Proctor factor, because he could be Monday, he could be Tuesday. So I'm going to work on that, figure out what would be the best day to go up there and hang out with Proctor. Let's see. Fasto was never a suspect, SW10932. I'm sure early on he was, just as they would be in any case, just like in the Adelson case, how Jeff was the new boyfriend was a suspect, but remember his story, which was bizarre. He was going out of town and changed his departure time, and it no longer coincided with what looked like a setup to have him driving by Dan Markel's house at or about the time the shooters went there to effectively make him, chief suspect. But he changed all of that and had really turned into the perfect alibi. He wasn't there. So I'm assuming that the cops, they looked at Fastow and then found out he was never outside of D.C. and they let it go. That's what I'm assuming. Otherwise, we would have heard much more about him and his whereabouts. Yeah, he clearly was a person of interest early on, right? I think it was heat of the moment thing. See, now, Deborah, I don't know if I persuaded you or if that's something that's been in the back of your mind since you started to hear some of the details. But it would explain a lot. It would explain why they seem to be so normal, whether he had an inkling about the affair or not. He had the kids to deal with. it's very possible that whatever he suspected was confirmed, and that led to a blow up. That's just me. That's what I'm thinking. Why wasn't Fastows' phone or email not extracted? Well, first of all, he would have a privacy interest in doing that. And if you're looking, and most of it would be irrelevant and definitely a violation of his privacy, past the Fourth Amendment, you're looking for any communications between the players, in this case, primarily Anna Walshe, and him. So that's going to be all in her phone, absent some evidence that was deleted and they couldn't find it. Then maybe they would have gone further and said, look, Your Honor, we can't get it off her phone. Here's why. Maybe there would have been more leeway to get his phone and other communications. But in the absence of that inability, you really have no basis to get his phone and certainly not his emails. Far-reaching and irrelevant unless you can't get them somewhere else. That would be the argument that I would make anyway. He could have pushed her down the stairs and then said, oh shit, let's get rid of the evidence. You're right, Michelle. That's there could be many things that happen that were the result of some fight that started to just spiral out of control as the evening wore on. So, because again, we haven't heard evidence yet. Perhaps we will on the defense that the dinner party, the New Year's Eve party, it wasn't like we've heard any evidence from the Commonwealth that they were fighting and they were yelling and we saw them leave the room and there was pushing and shoving. No, it seemed like it was a very lovely evening. And I'm sure the defense is going to play on that. So again, you're starting to narrow down that window of time in which there was some sort of something going on. And the next thing you know, she's dead. Let's see. Joy. Oh, helping out Michelle. The only reason I think for a second that it was premeditated was because of the Google search about how long to collect life insurance. That is what is sus to me. Okay, let's talk about that. First of all, I'd have to refresh my recollection on when that search was done. To be honest, I don't remember if it was done just after her disappearance, in which he would know she was dead, or if it was done prior to that. If it was done prior, you got something. You got some motive there. Other than, remember they had all of the issues about how much he was going to owe in restitution and sometimes life insurance. We started talking about life insurance. Remember, whole life, term life. If whole life, which has a value beyond the death benefit, maybe somebody's looking to get that money out to help in the restitution issue. So I need to know much more about that. I have to look at my notes for the specific timing. If it was prior to her death, then you could argue that it was part of the whole financial, let's evaluate the family assets and figure out where we are and how that's going to be able to handle this restitution. If it was afterwards, then I think then it's more about, she's dead. Now, what are the next steps? So I think you can argue it both ways, and I think there needs to be a little more investigation. I'm going to get on that for you. I don't think she planned on being unalive. Oh, we talked about this earlier. So yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's we talk all the time about cops and their confirmation bias. Joy Schmehard, that's confirmation bias. You know he did it. In your mind, you know he did it. So everything you see in here just is twisted into supporting that he did it. So let me see if I've got any more before I have a couple of notes, and then we're going to get out of here as we shift gears. We have you portaling into the 2 o'clock. Again, Linda Baden will be here and will tell us all she can or can't. I've already repeated it, but she can get it right from the horse's mouth about what she can and can't tell you about yesterday's activity in Atlantic City and the follow-up to come on the 18th. Kind of a crazy week that week. Because the 19th, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is supposed to be back in court, or we hope she's back in court. We heard the judge say maybe it'll be remote, and she probably won't be there. He was saying she probably will not be coming for a status conference, if that's what they want to call it. So we're going to find out about that. And again, if you just joined, I talked to the folks at the SJC. We could hear as early as tomorrow what the result of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons appeal will be. It could happen. So, or it could be in the next few weeks. There's no, again, 130 days is the max within which they must act, but They've acknowledged it's being requested an expeditious review. We don't expect that the court's going to take nearly that long, but doesn't mean it's going to happen next week. I'm guessing it will. I just am. I mean, they know how high profile this is. They have somebody whose liberty has been taken from them. I think they will rule at some point next week, and obviously we'll be all over that. And if that happens, then the hearing on the 19th might just go away. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, let me see. Just a couple of notes I had before we. First of all, the no cross of Heather Sullivan didn't surprise me. You know, she's there just to show what she did to determine and get those items into evidence, the ones we couldn't see. Luckily, if we hadn't seen them laid out on the rug, it would have been even more frustrating. But we kind of know what they were supposed to be, and they just there's that moment, the drama of when they bring the evidence out of the bag, and it's just kind of, you know, something you get used to and you want to see. Thanks, Greg Connor. But all of those things that she entered into evidence, all those things we saw on the rug, no red Solo cups, and there was no leaf blower involved in this particular activity. So we're up to, let's see, in the middle of number witness 23, if you're counting, Richard Atkinson. So he will be back on Monday as he gets into, he's the ME from the Office of the ME, and I mean, I'm guessing his ultimate opinion is going to be, yes, we found some tissue, yes, we found some bone, and we tested it, and here's who it belonged to. Again, far less important when the defendant has already said, I chopped her up, or at least I disposed of her body. Let's see, they did all of that. I think, again, Tipton did an amazing job of bringing out the normalcy that seemed to be happening between these two, which really just belies the Commonwealth argument. No, he's not the killer. That was the plan. He had the plan all along. He needed the money. She was having an affair. Those are the reasons he did it. And I think Tipton did a great job. I even read some of my text just to compare how normal the back and forth was. You know, what's the latest with the flight? You know, have a good trip. All of it. I mean, it's just very normal. Very normal. Okay, so on the way out the door, please thanks for doing that. Subscribe, join. We had a defined member only thing last night, which will play out over the weekend for those not members. But it's cool to be part of it when it first gets released, and it was important as it relates to this afternoon's hearing. So we got you all jazzed up for that, and the back and forth is always helpful. So next member only, be prepared. I'm thinking we're going to do that next week as well. Probably Wednesday, I'm guessing. And I know it's going to be during the day, so unless, you know, maybe we push it to the nighttime after the regular show, which I know is better for folks, that more folks are available in the evening. So I'll bat that around. But I'm thinking maybe we'll do that. The more I think about it, it might be better to do that in the evening after the fact, so you guys can join. And then, you know, we'll have whatever little snacks that they haven't done yet. I think everybody would agree, Sonny's. I think Tipton and his co-counsel, I think he's doing a much better job. I think she's not as dynamic. She becomes a little robotic. People are talking about her voice sounding, you know, like certain actresses or others. I just think sometimes the way she's asking questions, and were you having an intimate relationship? And what sexual positions were you using? I mean, she didn't ask that question, but it just seemed like they were so robotic that I was expecting one at any moment. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Flying solo. Yep, that's right. I do not have a wingman or wing person, but she will be back this afternoon, and then we'll start planning our trip for next week. I got contacted by Sean Paul Reyes yesterday or the day before. He has another hearing coming up. We've been pool camera for a couple of them. He has another one coming up next week. We're trying to figure out whether it's that important to be there for pool. It's heading toward a trial. This, of course, is the auditor, and he just hit 1 million subs. Is that amazing? He's out on Long Island. His Long Island audit, and he basically confronts government types about wasting money. And this specific case is where he confronted a former Connecticut trooper, Brian Fahey, at his house, asking why he had so much overtime for his job. Like, he had $85,000 a year in overtime for a 9-to-5 desk job. That didn't go well. Fahey comes out of his house with a gun, threatens Sean Paul Reyes. Sean Paul Reyes is the one who takes the charges. Brian Fahey resigns. And then at the last hearing, we were there for that as well. He is deferred. He's charged ultimately with breach of the peace or some BS charge. He is sent into a diversion of some sort. And he finishes that, and his record will be clean, and he'll go off into retirement, become a mall cop or something. Just horrible. But the guy who brandishes a weapon against Sean Paul Reyes, spits on him and in his mouth. He's the guy. Sean Paul Reyes charged with voyeurism. That was a felony charge dropped. Also breach of the peace and also trespassing. So those two trespassing and breach of the peace charges remain, and they're heading toward trial. Clearly, we're going to be covering that as the camera if it does go to trial. But I'm not sure next week's hearing warrants are being there. We're kind of juggling that with my going back to Dedham for this case. So anyway, we'll figure it out as best we can. And then who knows with Kelsey Fitzsimmons, something may pop there. So we're on it one way or the other. And we appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. And yeah, Fahey got off with a hand slap. Exactly. Why? And this is Connecticut, I don't know that it's as bad as Massachusetts, but you don't have to look very far to find these kinds of protective measures, police protecting police, robes protecting robes. It just gets very, very frustrating. Okay, guys, let me get out of here. Again, Linda will be joining. I'm going to get a little snack. Get a little snack myself. We'll be back at 2. You should be portaled there. And we'll see you there, and we'll figure out what's going to happen with Aidan Carney. New judge, new paperwork. I figure it's going to be exciting. So, see you there. In the meantime, try to do the right thing.
On the stars.